Wonderful. All right. It is 6 p.m. tonight on December 9th. We are calling this ACWD board meeting to order. Before we jump into the agenda, I will look to our general manager, Mr. Stevenson, to see if he has any housekeeping items.
Thank you, President Akbari. Just a few quick remarks. First of all, good evening to everyone. On behalf of the Alameda County Water District Board of Directors, I'd like to welcome the public's participation in this board meeting. My name is Ed Stevenson, and I serve as the district's general manager. Members of the public may participate in this public meeting either by using the Zoom application or by telephone. If you are participating via Zoom, we ask that all participants mute their microphones unless speaking, and you may also be placed on mute by the district secretary. The district secretary will unmute participants at the appropriate times when the board is receiving public comments. In Zoom, you'll be able to view the presentation materials as they're presented to the board. At any time, you may submit a question or raise your hand in the Zoom application, and you will be called upon at the appropriate time. If you're participating via telephone audio, again, we ask that you put your phone on mute. You may also view the meeting agenda, the staff reports, and presentation materials, which have all been posted to the district website at acwd.org, and follow along that way. This Zoom webinar is being recorded and will be made available to the public for future viewing. And President Akbari, that completes my housekeeping remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Can we do roll call, please?
Yes. Directors Weed?
Here.
Gunther?
Here.
Huang?
Here.
Sethi?
Here.
And Akbari?
Here. Director Weed, would you like to lead us in the salute to the flag, please?
Start over. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Apologize for the mute initial.
No problem. Thank you. Director Weed. All right, moving on to item 3, public comments. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a comment at this time? You can do so by raising your hand in the Zoom app or letting us know in the chat function in Zoom. I'm not seeing any hands raised in Zoom, nor am I seeing anyone in the chat. So with that, we'll move to item 4, consent calendar. Are there any items that the board would like to add to the consent calendar?
I will move to add items 5.3, 5.5, 5.6, and 5.7 to the consent calendar, please.
Second by Director Sethi.
Directors Weed?
I have a quick question on 5.7. Is the recipient here present online?
No, she's not.
All right, thank you.
So I'll do roll call. Directors Weed?
Hi.
Gunther?
Hi.
Huang?
Aye.
Sethi?
Aye.
And Akbari?
Aye. Is there a motion to adopt the consent calendar as amended?
I'll move to adopt the consent calendar as amended.
Second by Director Sethi.
Directors Weed?
Hi.
Gunther?
Aye.
Huang?
Aye.
Sethi?
Aye.
And Akbari?
Aye. With that, we move to item 5.1, the reorganization of the board of directors. And I will turn it to Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you, President Akbari. California Water Code, Section 30520 provides that the Board of Directors shall 1, elect one of their numbers president, and 2, may elect one of their numbers vice president. Pursuant to section 2.2 of the Alameda County Water District Board Rules and Code of Conduct and resolution 1871 adopted December 10, 1970, this election is typically held at the first regular board meeting in December of each year. The directors who are elected president and vice president assume office at the close of the meeting at which they are elected. Staff's recommendation is to, by motion, adopt resolutions electing 1, a president, and 2, a vice president of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Would any director like to nominate anyone for president or vice president?
I'll nominate Director Weed for president.
Second.
Directors Weed,
Aye.
Gunther,
Aye.
Huang,
Aye.
Sethi,
Aye.
and Akwari.
Aye.
Thank you.
I'll
Congratulations, Director Weed, or soon to be President Weed.
For the next meeting.
Yeah.
All yours.
And do we have any nominations for vice president of the board of directors? Or if I may, I'd like to make a nomination myself of Director Sethi for vice president.
I'll second.
Directors Weed,
Aye.
Gunther,
Aye.
Huang,
Aye.
Sethi,
Aye.
and Akwari.
Aye. Congratulations, Director Sethi, or Vice President Sethi.
I will be very honored, and it's too bad we can't pass the legendary
Yeah.
110-year-old gavel that we have.
Yeah, that's the one part that I missed. I didn't get the gavel, but we'll hopefully recreate that when we're back in the boardroom. Wonderful. That concludes item 5.1. So we'll move on to item 5.2, the adoption of the 2022 calendar of regular board meetings and board workshops and special board meetings. And I'll again hand it back to Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you, President Akbari. Section 7.2 of the Alameda County Water District Board Rules and Code of Conduct state that regular board meetings are generally held on the second Thursday of each month at the hour of 6 p.m., with the exception of the April regular board meeting, which will be held on the second Tuesday of each April. In addition, staff is planning to conduct several board workshops and special board meetings to cover specific topics during the calendar year 2022. Such additional meetings are special board meetings pursuant to section 7.3 and 7.5 of the board rules. Regular and special board meetings are open to the public in order to provide advance notice to the public and to allow board members and staff to plan their annual schedules. Staff is proposing the attached schedule of regular board meetings and board workshops for the board's adoption. And so the draft calendar shown here can also be found on page 77 of the board packet. And you'll notice that staff has made a number of assumptions regarding the number and schedule of proposed workshops and special board meetings. Special board meetings topics include budget and financial and rates workshops, public hearings in accordance with the California Voting Rights Act, a climate change workshop, workshops on emergency preparedness and response, strategic planning, and an update to the district's integrated resources plan. So I just want to point out that the board packet was posted earlier on Monday with a different version of this calendar. The calendar has since been updated. This revised version has been provided to the board and was posted to a revised board packet today. And so this is the calendar that staff is proposing be considered by the board. Staff's recommendation is by motion, adopt the proposed 2022 calendar of regular board meetings and special board meetings of the Board of Directors.
I'll move the staff recommendation for the board calendar.
I'll second.
Correct.
Just a quick comment. I want to thank the staff for making amendments for the third Thursday of alternate months beginning in January for BOSCA. I'd note that the BOSCA meetings are now begin at 6:30 in San Mateo and historically, but now with online, if there was a way to consolidate a special meeting that ended by 6:30, there may be some more flexibility there. But I am greatly appreciative of the workaround that was done in the amendment to the current agenda item.
So with the roll call, Directors Weed,
Aye.
Gunther,
Aye.
Huang,
Aye.
Seffi,
Aye.
and Akbari.
Right. Thank you. With that, we move on to item 5.4, authorization of amendment to the memorandum of agreement for the Bay Area Regional Reliability Plan. And I'll turn it to Mr. Stevenson.
If I could quickly interject, since I was the one that asked this to be pulled from the amended consent calendar. I have no problem with with Marin County becoming a member of the bar. My question is, what is the status of the bar? I knew it was a report that was done by Brown and Caldwell. And at one time, Eric Cartwright was head of that project, a former staff member at ACWD. And there was one project I was particularly concerned with. I thought had some excellent concepts for selling desalinated groundwater to San Francisco, although I was not at all happy with the idea that we'd be using recycled water as opposed to water released by San Francisco, ideally through the Niles Canyon Aqueduct. But it really comes down to, is this a viable program? How much does it cost us? And what is its current status?
Yeah, and I think we can provide a very brief overview of the current status of the bar and its current function. I'll turn it over to our Director of Water Resources, Laura Heides, who also has her staff here present, who is very much involved in the bar program. So Laura?
Great, thank you, Mr. Stevenson. And would you like just some thoughts on bar, or should I go ahead and read the staff report as well?
The staff report merely relates to Marin County becoming, or Water District becoming a member of, and I have no problem with that at all. I had thought bar had gone into the pile of old reports.
Okay.
So what I might suggest is, without engaging in a lot of additional discussion, and I'll look to our general counsel to help make sure that we're staying on the straight and narrow. We probably don't want to engage in a significant discussion related to the bar activities, but the staff report does reference the bar and some major considerations right now. I think we can at least lightly touch on those without making Pat squirm too much.
That's correct. The amendment to the bar agreement is on the agenda. So questions related to what bar is doing that relate to the agreement are totally fine to discuss. And so it's, Laura and her team can provide the response to Director Weed.
Great, thank you, Pat.
Great, well, thank you. Well, I know we have Mr. Nizer on, who's our bar expert and has participated for many years in that program. So I would ask him to just maybe share a few comments on the status of the group and the variety of projects that are included under the bar plan.
So, Ms. Heides and President Akbari, before Mr. Nizer start his explanation, I think you'd be helpful for our customers and our audience if we define bar.
Okay, sure. So BAR is the Bay Area Regional Reliability, and it's a group of partners. So that's what you'll see in the staff report. The BAR partners were awarded a grant for water marketing strategy grants, and that's what Director Weed referred to tonight that's on the agenda. And the BAR plan itself has been prepared by the BAR partners, and that's the plan that includes a number of projects in addition to what's included here in the staff report. And so maybe with that, Mr. Nizer can share a little more background and detail.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. So to be clear, BAR itself is a partnership. We have a memorandum of agreement, and it is to explore regional reliability. The BAR itself does not have a sort of a term. Our agreement does, but it is really more just a partnership to continue to look at regional benefit. We did a study originally with a Bureau of Reclamation grant to develop a drought contingency plan. That was back in circa 14-15. To be clear, Eric Cartwright was a consultant on the project, but not the lead of the project. It was Jim Grading. And one of the outcomes from that study was a recommendation to pursue a number of, well, it identified a bunch of projects, including what Director Weed just mentioned, and it also included a recommendation to pursue a regional water market or water trading, so to speak. There's a number of terms we could use for it. The group pursued funding to do a water market analysis in the Bay region. We received funding from the Bureau of Reclamation, and really what the particular staff report is about extending the term of our agreement so that we can collect that Bureau funding. It was delayed really largely due to COVID. The status of that current study, which is called SWAP, or Shared Water Access Program, is underway. We're doing alternatives analysis right now. ACWD is participating in one alternative. It's evaluating the ability to facilitate exchanges and transfers by taking access to our different supplies, including the San Francisco supply. And we're working on that. It's a technical desktop study. The other study is a physical transfer that's occurring and includes Contra Costa Valley Water and East Bay Mud. Our study is well underway. We have a draft memo out. We are going to submit that to the Bureau in roughly February timeframe of the next year, and it should be done by the end of the fiscal year. The study that we are doing is very foundational for a number of exchanges and opportunities that we could participate in the Bay region. That is foundational to things like Los Vaqueros Reservoir participation, for example.
I have one question from Director Sethi. Does this study include looking at putting in a desalination plant around Sassoon Bay?
This particular study does not, nor was, if we're talking about the regional desal, that is definitely identified as a regional project in the first DCP. But this study is looking at specific opportunities to share water resources specifically. It's not construction of any new projects.
Thank you.
Thank you for the brief update. And I would ask that we look at possibly putting this on an agenda for the Water Management Committee, where we could have the staff get an opportunity to brief the board, and then we'd have a written minutes to that meeting as to where what the status is.
Noted. It was already in the works, so but definitely.
Thank you.
And so for the public's information, that's the Water Resources Conservation Committee that we will be further discussing BAR program efforts and activities. Laura, I think staff has a recommendation related to this item 5.4.
We do have a recommendation, and that is by motion, authorize the general manager to execute a second amendment to the 2015 Memorandum of Agreement to participate in the Bay Area Regional Reliability Plan, MOA, ACWD Agreement number 4036, and authorize the general manager to execute future administrative amendments that include extending the term.
I'll go ahead and move staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Directors Weed,
Aye.
Gunther,
Aye.
Wong,
Aye.
Sethi,
Aye.
and Akbari. President Akbari?
Yes.
Okay,
Oh,
sorry, I didn't hear you.
Sorry,
Okay.
I said aye. My apologies.
All right, thank you.
All right, with that, we move on to item 5.8, our public hearing to consider adopting an ordinance of the Alameda County Water District declaring a water shortage emergency and adopting water use regulations, restrictions, and guidelines for the water shortage emergency. On behalf of,
Go ahead. Thank you.
sorry, did you have a comment? Mr.
No,
Chair?
go ahead. I think you got it.
All right. On behalf of the Board of Directors, I'd like to welcome the public and your participation in this evening's public hearing. The purpose of this public hearing is to receive public input on an ordinance of Alameda County Water District declaring a water shortage emergency and adopting water use regulations, restrictions, and guidelines for the water shortage emergency. At this public hearing, there will be a presentation regarding the district's water supply conditions for 2022 and a review of an ordinance that declares a water shortage emergency based on future water supply constraints and adopts water use regulations, restrictions, and guidelines to reduce water use in the district's service area. Public input is sought regarding the declaration and ordinance details, and the public has an opportunity to protest against the declaration of a water shortage emergency and to present their needs to the Board of Directors. Thank you all for attending online and by phone tonight. Now, I'd like to review the ground rules for the public hearing. I'll first open the public hearing and ACWD staff will make a presentation. Upon conclusion of the presentation, the board and ACWD staff will receive public comments and/or protests. The board and staff will receive all comments without responding. Upon conclusion of the public comments and/or protests, the board will request input from staff, respond to questions or comments that were raised by the public, deliberate on the issues, and then close the public hearing. Regarding public comment, each person will have 5 minutes to comment. We'll require strict compliance with this time limit so that everyone is treated equally. Again, staff will provide you with at least 15 seconds advance warning and will let you know when your time is up. Since the hearing is being conducted online and by teleconference, persons who wish to make a public comment can indicate so verbally when we open the public comment portion of this hearing. When making public comments, please be sure to unmute your own phone line or computer microphone so that you may be heard. For those participating online that may not have a microphone on their computer, please dial in by phone at the number given on the agenda. If you're participating online and we're unable to hear you during the public comment portion of the hearing, please use the chat box feature in the Zoom interface to get the attention of the board secretary, and please state your name and service address when you're making a verbal comment as well. Providing this information, of course, is voluntary. However, if you haven't already submitted a written protest and would like your comment to be counted as a protest against the proposed ordinance, stating your name and service address will be used for that protest. We'll now open the public hearing. Staff will begin by making a presentation, and I'll ask everyone to refrain from asking any questions or making comments until the public comment portion of the public hearing. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you, President Akbari. And again, it's great to see the public participation that we have this evening. I think there's a fair amount of public participation due to interest in this topic, and it's great to have folks attend. So with that, I'll just turn it directly over to our Director of Water Resources, Laura Heides, who can get us started.
Great, thank you, Mr. Stevenson. And before we launch into the presentation, I just want to take a moment to share what has been done in terms of outreach for this public hearing prior to tonight. We were here at the board meeting last month sharing a bit about conditions and a draft ordinance. And since that time, once the hearing was set, a notice of the time and place of the public hearing was published in the Tri-City Voice and the Argus at least 7 days in advance of the public hearing. A summary of the proposed ordinance was published in the Tri-City Voice and the Argus. A certified copy of the full text was made available in the district office 5 days in advance of the public hearing, pursuant to Water Code sections 352 and 31027 respectively. And a copy of the full text was posted on the district website. In addition to the required public notifications in advance of the public hearing, the district conducted public outreach and coordinated with service area cities and other stakeholders. The district hosted public meetings online on November 3rd in advance of the November board meeting, where the ordinance was reviewed. And district staff has also met with the cities of Fremont, Newark, and Union City and other local stakeholders in October to review conditions and the ordinance. And the draft of it was also shared with various stakeholders and agency staff. So with that, I also want to take a moment at the start of the hearing to share the comments that have come in to date. Just a short summary of the comments we've received. So as of 5 p.m. today, the district received 2 emails and 1 letter with comments related to the ordinance, and 1 customer called to talk with staff and came in to review the ordinance in person. All of these commenters expressed that they are already very efficient in their water use and would not be able to further reduce their water use if required. 2 requested that consideration be given for households with very low water use so that they would not be subject to an additional required 15% reduction. 1 expressed concerns about keeping fruit trees and bees healthy if additional reductions are required. 1 suggested that the local city and school districts should reduce watering of lawns. Staff responded to the commenters that expressed concerns and clarified that the ordinance prohibits wasteful uses of water in order to achieve a 15% system-wide reduction in use, but that the 15% target does not apply to individual customers. Before the meeting, we also received 2 other emails, and 1 of them expressed support for the drought emergency declaration and water conservation outreach, shared comments on service and consumption charges and state rules for water utilities, and indicated that the customer planned to attend tonight's meeting to comment. And 1 also came in just before the meeting, expressed that this customer was already being efficient and expressed a request for some kind of exemptions process for special and medical needs through the ordinance. So that is a summary of the comments. And with that, I will go ahead and turn it directly over to our great team of presenters tonight, who will be providing the update. So next slide, please. We have Leonard Ash, Water Supply Supervisor here, Shireen Gonzalez, Public Affairs Supervisor, and Thomas Nizer, Water Supply and Planning Manager, who will provide an update on conditions and outreach and the ordinance itself. So Leonard.
Thank you, Ms. Heides. This slide shows an overview of the presentation contents for this item. I will start off with a brief update on statewide conditions, the customer demand response, water supply outlook, and planning for 2022. Then Mr. Nizer will outline the steps leading to the recommended water shortage emergency ordinance under consideration tonight, provide an overview of the ordinance, and highlight the community engagement and public noticing. Ms. Gonzalez will summarize the public outreach elements, and Mr. Nizer will discuss the water use efficiency program support and the next steps. The board will then receive public comments before taking any action on this item. Next slide, please. So I'll begin with a snapshot of the statewide conditions. The graphic on the left shows the U.S. Drought Monitor's classification of drought across the state, with most of the states still classified as being in extreme or exceptional drought. Similarly, the graphic on the right shows current conditions for some water storage reservoirs across the state. Last month, we discussed Lake Oroville, and it is currently 30% full, which as of today is 59% of historical average for this time of year. The general condition across the state is that water storage remains low for many major reservoirs due to 2 consecutive years of critically dry conditions. Next slide, please. Now this slide shows customer demands for this calendar year as indicated by the red line, while last year's demands are shown by the orange line. The governor's request for all Californians to conserve by 15% is shown for the district as the dashed purple line, which what current year demand would be if the district met that level of conservation. You can see that customers have been responding with a noticeable decrease in demands observed since the October rainfalls, down near that 15% objective for October, and even surpassing that objective for November. And that is a welcome sign. We appreciate our customers' efforts. I would add, however, since it's easier to conserve in the winter months as rainfall can offset distribution system demands for outdoor irrigation, the challenge will be to encourage customers to continue that conservation into 2022, especially as we head into the spring and summer months. Next slide, please. In the past drought update presentations to the board, staff has described in greater detail the water supply outlook. And here I'll briefly provide a summary of recent updates on the outlook for our 3 sources of supply. And as a reminder for our new attendees tonight, we receive imported water from the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission's regional water system, as well as from the State Water Project managed by the State Department of Water Resources. Lastly, we have water rights to local supplies from the Alameda Creek watershed that we use to recharge our groundwater basin. So with the first bullet here, on November 23rd, the SFPUC declared a local water shortage emergency and established a voluntary system-wide 10% water use reduction target for the regional water system. Similarly, on December 1st, the Department of Water Resources announced an initial allocation of new water supplies in 2022 only when necessary to meet contractors' critical minimum health and safety requirements. Now for ACWD, we have water supplies stored in the State Water Project that we can call upon for use in 2022. So with DWR's announcement last week, beyond what we have already stored in the system, we will not be receiving any additional new water supplies as it stands now from the State Water Project. And locally, we've actively managed our local supplies such that groundwater levels remain at relatively healthy levels given 2 critically dry years. However, because dry conditions persist and a 3rd consecutive dry year is anticipated ahead, we expect those resources to be further stressed. Taking our best understanding of the available water supplies for 2022, our water supply and planning staff have used our integrated resource planning models to evaluate our expected demands, our available water supplies, and importantly, the constraints of how our production facilities can best use our available supplies to meet distribution demands. And now Mr. Neiser will present the findings of the staff analysis and justification for the ordinance. Mr. Neiser?
Thank you, Mr. Ash. So as demonstrated QED by our water supply supervisor, the district is facing a shortage of water supply. Simply put, the ordinary demands that we anticipate for the coming year and the requirements of our customers just cannot be met with the identified supply available to us in the coming year. So accordingly, the shortcoming is on the order of 15%. And so accordingly, the district is recommending, staff is recommending to the district leadership to consider the passage of a water shortage emergency ordinance based on a tier 2, or rather stage 2 drought allocation in line with what's published in the district's water shortage contingency plan, which outlines the needed steps to deal with this exact sort of emergency and is required by the California Water Code for water agencies to have prepared ahead of time such as this. Next slide, please. The key elements of what's contained in an ordinance are first the declaration of the water shortage, which sort of outlines the conditions leading to the shortage condition as was presented just now. That is the beginning, the preamble to our ordinance. It also delineates requirements for holding a public hearing, which we're doing tonight, as well as a few other requirements, including publishing draft text, as well as notifications, which has been done prior to this evening. Next major section of the ordinance is to put the conditions for limitations on water use under the ordinance, specifically restrictions on what can and cannot, how water can and cannot be used during the emergency. And finally is to lay out additional voluntary water guidelines for our customers to follow that are not mandated, but best practices that would serve the best interest of the entire community if followed. And as was mentioned in the beginning, the water ordinance applies to all water sources as well as to all of our customers in our service district and is pursuant to the California Water Code. Next slide, please. So specifically, as mentioned, we need a 15% district-wide reduction water use. And how do we do that is by targeting specific end use. Again, this is delineated in our water shortage contingency plan for these exact levels of shortage. There is no mandatory rationing. There's no allocation to individual customers. What we're looking for is a district-wide reduction. And at a shortage level of 15%, this can be achieved quite handily, as we've seen in the recent drought, by addressing particularly outdoor use and water waste. And we feel quite confident that, similar to what we did in what our customers did in 2014-15, we will be able to achieve this goal quite easily. The considerations in the ordinance, and this I should mention, this ordinance is based very heavily on the ordinance which was passed in 2014. The overriding considerations of the ordinance are protecting public health and safety. And that includes conserving what supplies we have for things like firefighting. It also prioritizes minimizing the impacts on jobs and the economy. We endeavor to have it be understandable to the average homeowner and easy to be implemented and followed. We also strive for fairness amongst customer classes and not to penalize efficient users. It's uniform, it applies to all customer sectors. And of course, we do have exceptions clauses within the ordinance to deal with cases of hardship or special considerations. Next slide, please. As mentioned, the focus of this is on minimizing waste and non-essential uses of water so that we can prioritize water for the most essential use. This really means a lot of focus on minimizing landscape irrigation, but with an emphasis on providing sufficient water for maintaining tree canopies, vegetation that produces food, and other perennials. We're really looking a lot at turf grass, reducing the water used on turf grass, ideally not killing it, but putting it in a stress condition such that it will still remain alive and be able to rebound with the winter rains. So this approach, as we'll reiterate once more, is not a 15% account reduction. It's a district-wide goal. The heavy emphasis on landscape includes restrictions on the frequency of irrigation, as well as what type of irrigation can be done. And as mentioned, those voluntary guidelines are, I'd like to call them nice to haves, but they're really voluntary guidelines which are best practices for the state of California, and in fact will help the district move towards meeting future water use efficiency goals that the state of California is establishing at the present. One huge part of this program is to provide support from the district to our customers, and that includes both expanding our conservation programs and making our staff available to help people find ways to save water, as well as to incentivize that with rebates. But also to provide a well-detailed public information campaign and provide that outreach to the community. And the combination of offering conservation programs and public information is a proven success in helping the community get to the goals that we need to achieve together. Next slide, please. For example, here's an outline of some of the graphical information that's been prepared for helping customers understand how many days per week they're allowed to irrigate water as we move through the year. 1 day every second week in midwinter, advancing to 2 days per week in summer months. Next slide, please. Getting to the specifics of the ordinance and prohibitions, I'd like to start by mentioning that the first component of this is to continue to enforce the district's existing water waste prohibitions. This includes excessive runoff from irrigation, hosing down vehicles and machinery, non-recycling cooling systems or fountains, car washes, and hoses without the use of a control top nozzle. These are practices which are actually prohibited in all years. This is a California concern for preserving our very scarce resource. The next section here, additional limitations, highlights the specific things that come into line that are prohibited under the ordinance, should it be passed tonight. These include things like washing down your sidewalk or your back deck with the hose instead of using a broom. hosing down hard surfaces, including your house, your fence, just for the sake of tightening them up. Those things are prohibited during a drought unless they're necessary for health and safety or for repair work. Draining and refilling of swimming pools is prohibited explicitly during a drought ordinance. Use of decorative water fountains, and also the failure to repair identified leaks or reported leaks as water waste within a 72-hour period. Next slide, please. So the goal of ACWD's action, the district's action, is to work proactively and cooperatively with our customers to achieve a goal that is for the benefit of the entire community. Should customers fall afoul of conditions within the ordinance, there is steps outlined as to how the district will follow up and address these violations. It starts with courtesy calls and outreach, and informational outreach by our staff to the person who's been identified as a water waster. If a violation is not addressed, it will proceed to a written notice and then on towards a notification, and ultimately could result in termination of service, shutting down the water meter if it's failed to be addressed. We have added one condition this year. This is all the same as it was in our previous ordinance. We have added one condition this year, which is to consider installation of what's called a flow restrictor in the event of a case where there's significant hardship and a leak cannot be addressed. Rather than terminating water service, is to provide a flow restrictor so that it can reduce the loss but still provide minimum health and safety flows for the customer. So that's a new addition to this ordinance from the previous ordinance, which was passed by the board in 2014. There is a process for exceptions, which includes demonstrated critical need, health and safety, community welfare, or most often would be an economic hardship situation. The ordinance does delineate the process for assessing fees to recover the cost to enforce the ordinance. And these are all consistent with the California Water Code. And I would like to emphasize that in the previous drought and our very valuable recent experience, we never once had to go past a written notification to a customer, which is a nice indication of both the responsiveness of our community, but also the quality of engagement that our staff has undertaken in the effort to help people reduce their water waste. Next slide, please. And as mentioned, our ordinance does include a list of voluntary measures. Again, these are sort of the nice to have, good practices, non-enforceable elements, but things that we want to encourage our customers to do. And as I mentioned, will help our customer base get towards these future efficiency standards that ACWD will have to achieve in the not so distant future. These include things like simple measures, turning off the tap while brushing your teeth or while washing your hands or shaving, shortening your showers, minimum landscape irrigation maintenance skills to make sure that your system, when it is working efficiently, and to pursue water conservation measures, replace old inefficient plumbing devices with efficient ones, and consider converting some excessive lawn or turf area to drought tolerant landscaping. Next slide, please. So in summary, our ordinance has found that our anticipated water demand for 2022 is approximately 15% higher than the amount of water supply we have available to us. And an ordinance was developed to achieve a service area-wide 15% reduction to address this shortfall. This ordinance applies to all customers. It does not require efficient customers to reduce by 15% per se, but requires all customers to stop water waste, to minimize irrigation, and to curb other non-essential uses. And the district staff will continue to focus on outreach, communication, and assistance to our customers with conservation programs to meet these goals. Next slide, please. As was mentioned earlier, there's been a lot of buildup to this evening. A drought of this significance in California does not come slowly. This has been building for several years, and we've been seeing this coming since earlier this year. It's like a slow train rolling. And so there's been a lot of work done tonight by staff, including previous month a review of this draft ordinance with the board. Substantial stakeholder outreach that began in October with our key partners in the cities, in the school districts, transportation departments. And that was even extended to some public meetings, which were very well received. And we fielded a lot of really good questions at that time. We provided the public notification, as Ms. Heides mentioned, for the public hearing, as well as posting in the local publications. And we posted the ordinance on our website and has been available for review. The draft ordinance has been available for review at the district's headquarters. And in addition to that, there's been major activity that the district undertook earlier in the year, and that was to develop a very specific drought campaign, the One Saves Water campaign, to help people in our community see where we were headed. We weren't certain we would be going into a third dry year, but as December is here and the forecasts become more firm, it seems like a more clear and apparent reality. But lead up to that has been some tremendous work done by our public affairs team, and I would like to hand it over to Ms. Gonzalez to provide some background there.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Neiser. Good evening. So I would like to touch on our One Saves Water campaign, the drought outreach and messaging that we've done to date, also provide an overview of what we've done, in addition to what Mr. Neiser has touched on with regard to publication of tonight's meeting, as well as provide an update of information for next steps should the board declare a water shortage emergency ordinance. We certainly recognize the importance of getting the information out to our customers as quickly as possible so that we can collectively work toward this reduction goal. So as Mr. Neiser mentioned, we launched our One Saves Water campaign. One action, one person, one community can work collectively together to conserve water, asking our customers for voluntary conservation. We launched that campaign in May of this year. At that time, we launched a dedicated webpage, acwd.org/drought. It houses fact sheets, and these are fact sheets that are industry specific for our residential customers, for HOAs, apartment complexes, restaurants, and so forth. Also, it includes frequently asked questions and resource links for our conservation programs and additional information, statewide drought information, and so forth. We also have a drought resource center located at headquarters. So when we reopen to the public, we have those drought signs available. So encouraging customers to help us share the information and messaging. One less watering day helps to save water, and those yard signs are available, as well as the Drought Resource Center offering information. Our fact sheets are available there, as well as our conservation programs and information. We've also had direct mailers. We issued 2 Aqueduct newsletters, and in fact, in August, we had an Aqueduct newsletter that was dedicated specifically for drought messaging. And this went out to 125,000, roughly 125,000 addresses, providing a lot of information, not only on our campaign, but resources that are available, encouraging conservation. And we have continued to do so with a follow-up drought postcard with the Drought is Serious postcard, asking customers again for that voluntary 15% conservation, and that postcard was mailed out in October. We've had ongoing bill messages with our One Saves Water campaign and drought messaging, always referring folks back to our drought website and webpage, as well as a bill insert. That was a bill insert that included not only our campaign information, but our water efficient landscape rebate information as well. We've had a robust social media campaign, and we've had the benefit of working with agency partners to really help develop that sense of community and community-wide messaging of working together for conservation. We've also launched a digital campaign for the first time. These are Google ads, and these are geo-targeted. So within our service area, Fremont, Newark, and Union City, if individuals do keyword searches like save water or drought, hopefully they would see our ads and then have an opportunity to link back to our website for additional information on acwd.org/drought. We've done extensive outreach for our customer and stakeholder engagement, as Mr. Neiser mentioned, as well as working with East Bay Regional Park District for signage at Quarry Lakes and along Alameda Creek Trail, as well as with the cities of Fremont, Newark, and Union City to have signage at city parks and at city facilities. We've participated in town hall meetings, as well as hosted just district drought presentations. And for Imagine a Day Without Water in celebration or recognition, we hosted in-person pop-up events where we shared information about drought as well within our community. We've done media outreach with the issuance of a news release at the launch of this campaign. We've had slides airing on UCTV Channel 15 with the City of Union City. We have weekly Tri-City Voice ads, which have been ongoing for our One Saves Water campaign, but district-wide messaging as well. And we've also been working with our area partners for articles in e-newsletters as well as print newsletters to really try to amplify our drought messaging and information and get it out to our customers in Fremont, Newark, and Union City. Next slide, please. So in advance of tonight's public hearing, as Mr. Neiser mentioned, some of our notifications, but in addition, we have posted to Facebook, Twitter, and Nextdoor an announcement of tonight's public hearing, recognizing the importance of an opportunity for public input and engagement with regards to this decision. We've shared information regarding tonight's public hearing with our Tri-City Public Information Officers who have been very helpful in helping us to get the information out within our Tri-Cities. We've sent emails to approximately 200 key stakeholders and asked them to help us, again, share our message to their stakeholders, and sent an email to approximately 5,800 customers who have opted in to receive correspondence about district-related news and information. Next slide, please. So again, recognizing the importance of sharing this information with our customers, if the board should adopt an ordinance, we have made many preparations to ensure that we can get the information out to our customers as quickly as possible, recognizing the importance of conservation and working collectively toward that 15% water conservation goal. We have a draft news release announcing the water shortage emergency ordinance should there be a declaration. We've also prepared a district-wide mailer outlining water use restrictions and irrigation limitations, as well as other prohibitions. And this mailer includes infographics that we hope are easy for customers to understand, as well as an irrigation schedule, outlining what watering days are allowed. And also would like to point out, as Mr. Neiser has mentioned and has previously been mentioned in the presentation, it also points out that our goal is a 15% water use reduction across the Tri-Cities, and that individual customers' accounts are not subject to specific water use reduction goals. So that is clearly outlined within that mailer. Also, we would continue with our Tri-City Voice advertisements as we have in the past. Certainly continue with our social media and build upon all of the efforts that we've had to date. Our ACWD.org, recognizing that a lot of folks go to our website as a resource, we have a banner prepared for the homepage that would clearly outline that mandatory water use restrictions were in place. And that banner would link back to acwd.org/drought, which is, again, our repository webpage for all of our drought-related information. We have updated frequently asked questions available to be updated, a copy of the ordinance, an exceptions form, as well as a link for customers to report water waste. We would continue with our email campaign and working with our key stakeholders to get the information out and those engaged customers. And we planned to continue with our digital campaign and digital advertisements, of course, making adjustments to really highlight and make it simple for our customers to identify if a drought declaration is in place in order to meet our objective of our 15% mandatory conservation. Of course, we would continue with articles and partner newsletters Our partners are very well aware that we are anxious and eager to share information throughout the Tri-Cities, and they've offered to lend their support in helping us to really amplify that message. We are preparing slides for cable access channels, working with the city of Fremont, the city of Newark, the city of Union City, as well as
Ms. Gonzalez, I think you may have perhaps accidentally gone on mute. You went off quiet.
I apologize. My screen went blank, and so I didn't see that.
No problem.
But I am back. Thank you. I'm not sure where I left off, but I was at sharing that we had articles that we would be working with our partners for articles for digital as well as print newsletters, developing slides for television access, cable access with the city of Fremont, the city of Union City, as well as Ohlone College, if they are willing to open to sharing our information, as well as updating our bill message, which is we've been doing for quite some time now. We're also exploring the opportunity for a bill envelope message or a bill snipe, so that when customers receive their bill, they see the announcement before they even open their bill to read their bill message. And then a signage at district headquarters. So we have prepared flyers to be posted at on the doors of headquarters and at our customer service lobby for individuals who visit, as well as make that signage available at our Drought Resource Center. So of course, this is not an exhaustive list, but it is certainly a start, and we are prepared to message to our customers should the board adopt an ordinance this evening. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Neiser.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. So as mentioned, in addition to the excellent public information campaign, the district offers, I want to say, an award-winning conservation program recently recognized by the EPA this year with the Water Sense Award. And we offer a host of incentives and rebates, as well as technical assistance to help our customers achieve more conservation and to be more efficient with their water use. So a small list included in here. We've recently increased rebates amounts for our lawn to drought-tolerant landscape conversion programs. We have additional leak services offered for low-income qualified customers through the Water Savings Assistance Partnership Program to help low-income customers actually fix and even upgrade plumbing fixtures, which would have continued water savings and financial savings for them, I might add. We have expanded water conservation kit eligibility, as well as device distribution in coordination with some of those public events, as well as always available at the district, as well as more enhancements that are planned for the coming year. So we are not slowing down, and we're doing everything we can to help our customers get to where we need to be collectively. Next slide, please. So what are the next steps for passage of an ordinance as recommended by staff tonight? Receive public input on the ordinance, to consider adoption of the ordinance, which is why we're here this evening. If adopted, we will publish a summary of the ordinance within 10 days in local papers, plus a full copy available online and at district office. As mentioned, the draft ordinance is already available at those through those two outlets. We will conduct outreach to inform customers about ordinance restrictions, regulations, and guidelines by way of a direct mailer, which has already been prepared should we proceed. We will provide assistance to customers to achieve success at all opportunities. We will continue to monitor the conditions and water supplies in the state of California, as well as additional actions. The state has proposed water prohibitions of its own, as was done during the past drought. We will keep on top of those and adapt accordingly if needed. And we will be providing, as we have been all year, monthly updates to committee and board updates on the water supply condition. Next slide, please. So at last, a staff recommendation this evening is 1, to conduct a public hearing to receive and hear comments on the proposed ordinance declaring a water shortage emergency and adopting water use regulations, restrictions, and guidelines for the water shortage emergency. And 2, by motion, adopt the proposed ordinance. And with that, I will hand it back to Ms. Heides.
Thank you, Mr. Neiser. So that does conclude the staff presentation portion of the hearing.
Great.
Back over.
Yes. Thank you for that presentation from staff. We'll now move on to opening up the public comment portion of the hearing. As a reminder, if you wish to make a comment, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or let us know in the chat feature in the Zoom app. We will ask that everyone restrict their comments to 5 minutes so that we can treat everyone equally, and we'll provide a 15-second warning before your time is up. And with that, we open the public comment section, and we'll begin with Mr. Ken Nishimura. Oh, and a reminder again, if you don't mind, please state your name and your address within the service area.
Thank you, President Akbari. My name was on the screen, so I assume you have it. I find the comments of the ordinance outlined in section 4 of this item as a reasonable response to the drought conditions. The fact that the 15% reduction is applied district-wide and not on a specific account is critical. This is not our first drought, and many customers have made the investments to become water efficient. It is important to ensure that any actions taken by the district in response to a drought not penalize those who have already taken the steps to reduce water consumption. The limitations on water use in this proposed ordinance meets this test. However, the other part of this hearing, the declaration of a water shortage emergency, opens the door to stage rates. The current construct of stage rates, as they have been discussed by this board, does penalize the efficient customer, as the surcharge applies from the first drop. If the board chooses to implement stage rates as would be permitted by the water shortage emergency under consideration tonight, the board should implement a structure such that the minimal quantity required for indoor consumption to maintain health and safety be exempted from any surcharge. Implementing such a rate structure would put the burden of the drought solely on those who continue to consume proportionally larger quantities of water during this drought emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nishimura. Next, we'll have Mr. Larry Johnson.
Sorry, I had to unmute. One of the stated staff considerations in this presentation was, again, not to penalize efficient users. So I'm following a little bit in Ken's path here. I live in a central Fremont community that consists of 27 acres of townhomes, turf, plants, and trees. And after the last drought, we found that we were not entirely in compliance with the most efficient use of water, and took considerable action in that area. In fact, Megan on your staff helped us a great deal. My concern with the draft ordinance is the days per week restrictions on landscape irrigation. The staff stated the ordinance was largely based on the previous drought ordinance, and it appears to be true, but that does not take into account innovations in the use of smart online controllers that use the current weather to apply efficient irrigation to individual stations, each station carefully defined to the irrigation software. Again, Megan on your staff assisted in our installation in the controllers in the winter of 2018 after the last drought. And in subsequent years, after a couple of seasons of tweaking the station definitions, this system has enabled us to efficiently keep our landscape healthy and stay in compliance with the water district's top-end guidance every year and the water efficient ordinance landscape water use guidelines. Again, the draft ordinance does not take into advantage the climate-controlled smart irrigation controllers used by us large landscape accounts. And the draft ordinance instead mandates the frequency of irrigation based on arbitrary days per week. This completely defeats the use of the smart controllers by forcing a manual override of the intelligent irrigation features that they have. Although you've stated that individual accounts would not be targeted for specific reductions in water use, if we're really serious about encouraging the routine use of efficient use of the scarce resource, I recommend consideration of holding the large landscape users to the ordinance irrigation top end for each year. The water district hired water fluence, I believe, to monitor the large irrigation users a couple of years ago, and you have all of this data. As you might expect, my particular property consistently scores in the 99th percentile on the water fluence scoring, or I wouldn't be here talking to you now about it. But that implies that there are a lot of large irrigation users who are well below that standard and probably could help with some more water district push to conserve water. In closing, I recommend that we include exceptions for large landscape accounts that use the weather-based controllers. Provide a provision for reducing water use through the programming on smart controllers to adhere to water guidelines and water reduction guidelines. I can go online and take 300 controllers and reduce them by 15% with a keystroke, but I would have to completely defeat the intelligent scope of the efficient water use by going in and trying to mandate or implement the requirements in the current draft ordinance. I'd happy to work with the staff to draft that revision, and I'd request that water fluence be included in preparing the revision so we get a better representative group that is more up to date on these controllers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next, we have Dale Wilder.
Thank you. I would like to express appreciation for the notice being on Facebook and email. I don't get the newspapers, so it's nice to see this. I did make a comment on email, but it's already been addressed, my concern because of health issues. But I would like to ask one question. With the 15% reduction, it's based basically on usage. But with the big increase in population we have and the new construction of high density, there's potential for considerable new demand. So my question is, what role does Alameda County Water District have in input to permitting and city planning with City Council? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I believe, does staff want to respond currently, or would you like to wait until after the public comment section?
Okay.
I think it's at the board's pleasure. We'd be happy to address questions as they come up if that's what you'd like. Otherwise, we can wait until the end.
Why don't we address the question from the member of the public?
Okay. With regard to the question specifically about development and how our ordinance would be consistent with, new and changed land uses, I'll turn it over to our Director of Water Resources for some comments and see if she'd like to address that first.
Sure, thanks. And so our water shortage contingency plan outlines the steps we would take in a drought and does not at this point limit development or new connections. And as to the question related to land use, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to our our manager of water supply and planning, Thomas Nizer, who can talk a little bit about how land use and our drought planning is related.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Wilder, I believe. So the district does a comprehensive coordination with the cities that we serve every 5 years as part of an update to our water demand forecast. And it has been the mission of the district to support the planned development in the Tri-City area since its formation to protect and preserve the water supply for the benefit of the residents. So our coordination and our planning is in accordance with the city development plans, includes all of the planned development through what's typically called build out, although we know that number is never really going to change because of redevelopment. And it's a really logical question. It comes up every time there's a shortage. But a few takeaways to be aware of is that the city acquired its, the district acquired its current water supplies with the full build out of the community in mind. And we have a philosophy here, which is that development pays its own way. So as new development comes on, they pay for improvements to the system, and they effectively refund our existing customers for past investments, including the acquisition of those supplies. So in some regards, existing customers have sort of been holding the bag for a long time, waiting for this development to occur. But it is a question when we have a drought, why are we allowing continued development? At the current state where we are, we can fully support the ongoing level of development, which is adding a very small percentage of new demand every year. although looking out over 20, 30 years, it may seem like a bigger number. But the current condition is not really being exacerbated by development. In fact, development that's happening right now, the water demand for that development won't even be coming online for the next 1 or 2 years. The reality is it's a immeasurably small amount that comes on each year from these new accounts because our community is so well built out. A few things also to keep in mind is new development and new construction is much more efficient than our older housing stock. In fact, when we compare the newer customers coming online, they're a very small fraction of the per capita use of our older existing customer base. So there's a lot of giving and taking there, but it's a logical question. I would finalize the comment with, should the cities proceed to pursue a level of development that's beyond the water supplies that ACWD has historically been planning for the city will be in a position to have to mitigate. And we've had one development in the past, which did in fact have to provide additional dry year water supply to justify being developed because it was an expansion of previously unzoned land for development. So should we get into a case like that, the cities and the developers will have to bring additional water supply, but currently that's not the concern. It's a very complex subject and it's a very broad answer.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Neiser. I think we'll take our next comment. We've got Kelly A.
Thank you very much. The drought, as always, is imposing some political and social needs. The requirements, like this 15% requirement, is more or less state mandated. It's also mandated by comparison with other districts, other neighboring districts. This area can't, even if it had all the water in the world, can't be seen to be using a lot more water during a drought than other areas are, and has to do its part to look like it's socially responsible. Now, there's always a scapegoating of new construction, which is, in fact, as just mentioned, highly efficient. And if it were replacing agriculture was using a lot of low-priced water in this area many years ago, and residences use a lot less water, especially if they're new white residences, and it's very high-priced water. So this scapegoating of new construction is just that. It's scapegoating. And let's compare this district to other neighboring districts or other districts in the Bay Area. There's a lot of districts that have done a very horrible job of managing their water supplies. Let's call them out. Marin is building an emergency pipeline over a bridge and running out and getting new supplies contracts because they don't have enough local storage. They don't have enough water, and they didn't do proper long-term planning, which probably takes 10 years or more. Valley Water is talking about a dire emergency. That's over in San Jose or Santa Clara Valley or somewhere. Zone 7 Water Agency, that's in the Tri-Valley. They've just put out 15, 40, and 60% scenarios. With they have less than adequate storage. Obviously, those scenarios are for 2022. And in the worst case scenario, they're actually proposing serious and credible proposal to provide no water to vineyards and agriculture, which I think is unimaginable, unthinkable. And the 40 and 60% scenarios, conservation scenarios, are dire emergencies for urban civilization. And Marin is looking at that, or is trying to get to 40%. They haven't gotten there yet because it's very hard to do. So as far as what this district is doing, it's relying only on this kind of rationing and mandating how people can use their water, which, as we just heard, is very difficult to do. There is a benefit. There is something to be said for rationing, but it would mainly apply to smaller users. Each person has a social need. People use a certain amount of water to live, and they deserve not to, especially smaller users, lower income users. And I'm not just talking about lower income users that qualify as low income. I'm talking about all the small users They probably deserve a fixed allocation at some reasonable price. And if you add them all up, they don't use that much water anyway. And then for the rest of the users, the rest of the water use, above that fixed minimum allocations, price-based allocations are the best way to achieve whatever level of conservation is required to meet the local needs and state mandates. And price-based allocation has not been well studied by this district. This district needs to rely more on pricing, especially drought surcharges, which has not been mentioned today. Drought surcharges are the only way to get these big users to really pay attention because they value their money. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Liz Ames.
Oh, good evening. I'm your BART director, and also I'm a member of the Tri-City Ecology Center, so I have two hats tonight. So given the Tri-City Ecology Center's mission is really just trying to improve the quality of life and the ecology of the environment here. We really wanted to promote more tree planting and more canopy in the urban core, enhance the riparian habitat and the native habitat throughout the Tri-Cities. So I'm happy to see we're doing a district-wide reduction, and it's not just targeting one employer or one city. I'm just keeping that in mind. That's really important. The drought conditions and our changing habitat. And then with my, I guess my BART hat on, reviewed some EIRs like from the past, like 2009 to today, and it appears that we have, I'd like the district to confirm if our groundwater basin dependency has increased from 30 to 40% over about 10 years, because that implies the drought conditions and also the development pressures had us depend more on our groundwater basin as we continue to monitor this. So again, I just like to know if our groundwater dependency increased from 30 to 40% over 10 years. Just are going to maintain the groundwater basin level, and we have got water rights from Alameda Creek, and are those water rights subject to more restrictions? And I guess, the plan would be then if we are putting more pressure on the groundwater basin, it would be nice to see the district look at smart growth and where the growth is located, so that we can minimize the water usage of these developments with these compromises of reducing water, which is really a great suggestion through this ordinance. So I applaud the efforts today and hope we can do more in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we'll have Biminder Arora.
Hi, thank you. My name is Bhimendra Arora, and I live in the Cabrillo neighborhood. I would like to start by thanking and applauding ACWD for all the steps that you're taking to combat this drought. Drought in California seems to be a bigger problem than that can be solved by just our community here, in my opinion, although the steps that we take definitely do help. Agriculture, as Mr. Kelly also mentioned earlier, takes four times as much as water as the cities. A burger, for example, from the cows farmed here in California can take a lot of water. Estimates vary from 400 gallons to 18,000 gallons. It's a wide range, but a lot of water in any way. Fracking is another thing that takes a lot of water. So as a part of the public outreach, can ACWD put out suggestions for these secondary things as well? Like how a small change in someone's diet and transportation can help with the water problem in a big way. I agree that this is a system-wide and regulatory issue, but I think our steps on these lines can help as well. So yeah, the question is, can ACW put out such kind of messaging as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Biminder. Next, we have Hugh.
Good evening. Thank you to the Board of Directors for their service. My compliments to ACWD staff for a very professional presentation, very articulate. I just wanted, I have submitted some written comments, unfortunately, shortly before the meeting, but I think it was Ms. Hinder, she did summarize those comments. I just want to make a couple of points. So where I live is in the Cherry Gardino neighborhood. I live in a single family housing development, but because we have a bunch of cul-de-sacs, which are private streets, we have a homeowners association. So I just wanted to encourage ACWD to reach out to homeowners associations, because if me and my family wanted to implement some water conservation strategies like replacing our landscaping and things, we're going to have to go to our homeowners association to get approval from our HOA BOD before we can do those things. That's one comment. Another comment is from my written comments is I see that ACWD, over my long residency here in Fremont, I've lived in my particular house for over 19 years, where I had my own irrigation system to control. But I've seen ACWD migrating towards more and more for the service charge and less for the consumption charge. And I think it removes financial and inherent financial incentives for your customers. Water would clearly be an inelastic demand type situation from an economist's point of view to start with, because it's a necessary thing. But when you guys put so much emphasis on the service charge and less emphasis on the consumption charge, I think it exacerbates that situation. In my particular case, I'll just keep it short and sweet. I don't want to waste all my time talking about this stuff. But in my case, before we downsized our water valve, five bills out of 6 each year, the service charge would be the dominant charge. After we paid ACWD to downsize us from a 1-inch valve, which we had no control over, to a more common 3/4-inch valve, now we're maybe 4 months out of 6. We'll still have more service charge and less consumption charge. I'm being very proactive, trying to control my irrigation. I would be interested in replacing our landscaping and reducing that even more. So I would request ACWD to kind of emphasize those types of things, projects that homeowners could do. Another thing particular to my house is we have a 2-story house. Our master bedroom is basically at opposite ends, upstairs versus our downstairs water heater. Our master bedroom's in the northwest corner of the house. The water heater's in basically the southeast corner of the house. We do not have a recirculation valve. Our house was built in 1995. For us to undertake a project to pay for a recirc valve to minimize all that water that we have to dump down the sink to get hot water to take a shower or whatnot, I think those are the sort of projects that maybe would be semi-low hanging fruit that ACWD could consider adding to the list of projects that you could share the cost or incentivize homeowners to undertake. And that one last comment is I'm concerned about rental apartments. I live very close to the Asher, which is a very high density project at the corner of Walnut and Gardino. Those are rental units, and I'm guessing that the individual apartments do not have water meters. So there's a big population of new people there that aren't incentivized economically at all to control their water use. And you're going to have to work with the apartment management to take care of that. And one suggestion I would have is one thing that I did about 5 years ago after we went down to Southern California to the Carrizo Plain National Monument. We stayed in a hotel in Taft, California. The hotel we stayed in just had a simple twist valve.
15 seconds remaining.
Okay. Those are very inexpensive things, and I would encourage ACWD to work with the apartment complexes to make sure they install things like that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your
Good night.
comment. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a comment at this time? Brian Hardy.
Hi, I live in Danville, but I got this meeting from a Patch email. I'm concerned about the drought too. We've been in a drought for a long time. And I'm not sure how long it's gonna end. I know we're gonna have rain this weekend, but I don't think it's gonna end the drought. It's gonna take a lot more rainfall to end the drought. I'm not sure we're gonna have an El Nino or La Nina this year, but we've been having a lot of dry weather lately, and it worries me because we had a big storm back in October and my house leaked. We had a lot of damage. We had mice in the garage. It was just absolutely horrible. And rain was leaking in the bathroom. It was just terrible. It worries me because I'm going to Richmond on Sunday to visit a ship, the Red Oak Victory ship. I fear that's going to get rained out too. But I still fear for the worst. But I do think it's a good idea to let leave the sink running when you're brushing your teeth, when you're shaving. And you should take shorter showers. Those are good things you should do. You should cut down water usage. We used to fill waters with shower water with buckets and dump them on a plant outside. We don't do that anymore.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Okay.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a comment? I'm seeing no more hands raised in the Zoom app, nor am I seeing any additional messages in the chat feature. Has the district secretary received any additional written comments, either online through the chat or otherwise?
No, I have not.
Thank you, Ms. Marcoux. So with that, we'll move on to the board of directors. Does any director have any questions of staff or legal counsel based on the questions or comments presented by the public?
Let me make a quick question of the attorney. Does the state law require for us to take these type of drought response measures that we use the term emergency?
So the statutes and as was pointed out in the presentation, we are complying with a variety of statutes in the water code that both deal with declaring a water shortage emergency, that are in the county water district law, that are under water conservation statutes that allow imposing these restrictions. And so what the district would be doing tonight if it adopted this ordinance is that it would be declaring a water shortage emergency. And there are substantive and procedural requirements that the district has complied with to get to the point where we are at tonight.
But the word emergency is written into the legislation and we have to utilize the terminology.
Correct.
Thank you.
So President Akbari, if I may, I do have a question for staff. This is actually to follow up on Mr. Johnson's comments. So as it is drafted, would the exception process allow us to make case-by-case determinations to exempt large landscapers that have throughout the year worked diligently with the district to save water by implementing all the recommended water saving measures?
Ms. Heides, would you like to take a stab at that?
Yeah, and that does delve into the details of the ordinance. And I know there's been significant analysis that's gone into how that would work. So I believe Mr. Neiser is on, and maybe Ms. Marina that might be able to address how the large landscape accounts have been considered and whether or not that would be even, something that would still help us achieve the conservation that we need.
So thank you, Ms. Heides. I appreciate I appreciate the question in the first place, and particularly those who have implemented and taken advantage of district measures. I truly understand. I would say that I think it would be a big stretch within our exceptions, because I think the only thing that would really have to be demonstrated would be economic hardship. And there's a fundamental thing here that we need to acknowledge, which is a well efficiently irrigated landscape account still does not make it a priority use of a limited resource. And ACWD, and in fact, the entire state's management plan for municipal water in a time of shortage is to prioritize public health and safety and indoor use. And while I am deeply sympathetic and appreciative of the efforts to be as efficient as possible with outdoor water use, it really falls into the category of discretionary water use that does need to be curbed in times of shortage and emergency. The best way, Director Wong, the best way to include exceptions for landscape accounts, particularly those that are efficient, would be if we were in a budget-based system for those accounts. So we could delineate between accounts that are, one, in compliance with model landscape ordinance, which is the balanced ratio of high water use plants to low water use plants to medium plants plus efficiency of the system. So is it in compliance with those? My guess is they are. And two, are they running efficiently? The state of California is moving to reduce lawn, turf area, high water use plants moving forward. You're right in the zone of what's really been considered a discretionary use of water, and one that is widely acknowledged in a time of emergency to not be prioritized. So I think it would be a real stretch.
Okay.
And it would also open a very large effort to go to an account by account level. While we do, a gentleman does participate in the water fluence program, and so we do have budgets and efficiency information on most of the large accounts. It is quite an opening in our ordinance.
No, Mr. Nizer, you convinced me at the point of efficient water use does not mean it's essential, right? That's the line that we are drawing here. Even though this particular HOA is extremely water efficient, it is still considered non-essential use as defined by the state and by this district. And one would hope that based on the weather irrigation controller and all the measures they put in, most likely they will have to reprogram their controller, yes, but hopefully with all the measure that put in, the decrease in irrigation, we still support their landscape. Right? I think that's the benefit from implementing all those drought measures that they work with us on, is that even with the decrease in irrigation with what we're mandating, they could still sustain their outdoor.
It's correct. The ordinance was designed so drought tolerant and medium and lower water use plants will be fully supported with 2 days a week in the summertime. Turf grass, it's a little bit of a subjective area, but 2 days a week for a well-maintained and efficient system with deep roots should be able to withstand the stress of the summer months with that amount of watering and be able to rebound with winter rains with potentially some maintenance requirement, but it should not require the actual killing of a turf area.
All right. So basically is essential use versus non-essential use, and what we have established would not cause undue hardship. All right. Thank you.
If I might ask another question of staff. In order to quantify this, we sell about 40,000 acre feet of water a year. So this would 15% would be a 6,000 acre foot shortage. In the last drought, I think it was properly pointed out, this is not our first drought. We purchased 5,000 acre feet from Contra Costa of federal water, in which was really an exchange. Is the purchase of additional water supplies an option in, under the current state regulations?
Would you like me to take that one?
Yeah,
Go for it.
go ahead, please, Mr. Lee.
Certainly.
Thank you.
We participated in the state's dry year transfer program this year, and there was so little water being provided for transfer that it was an inconsequential amount available to us. We have been in conversations with other providers of water, and we will continue to pursue water transfers. But one concern about the severity of the state water project this year at a 0% allocation is the state does not have a priority to move transfer water. The benefit of our past investments is the state is prioritizing moving project water, which we have and has been stored in semi-tropic and San Luis Reservoir. So even if we were to acquire transfer water, it very well may sit in a reservoir and not be accessible to us. But finally, I want to point out that we have a split in our system where some of our system can use that imported transfer water and some is dependent on local ground and San Francisco water. And we are facing challenges on both sides of that system. And that has really been the straw that broke the camel's back, is even if we supplement with more water on one side of the house, if we don't get it on the other side as well, we're still in the same situation. So we're continuing to pursue additional water supplies, but it's not a good year. It's not a good year.
We also, the second part of that question, we have 150,000 acre feet in storage at semi-tropic. Is that water, are we limited on our ability to draw water from semi-tropic?
Great question. Thus far in 2021, semi-tropic has outperformed. They've delivered more than their contractual minimum obligation to deliver to us, and we have that water staged in local reservoirs. And by all indication, they will be doing the same next year. So far, all signs are good, and that water, as I mentioned a moment ago, is being prioritized by the Department of Water Resources for delivery.
Thank you.
Director Gunther here. Mr. Vassar brought up something that I know Director Sethi has brought up, staff has looked at, and I'm still kind of puzzled because I think I have probably a very similar situation. That is the recirc pump concept with hot water recycling. I sat in on the committee where the results came through, and I'm still puzzled to this day. I understand that we got the results that we did and it didn't pencil out, but if staff could keep an eye on that, I think that's a possibility somewhere down the future if things get further out there. I know you've looked at it already at Director Sethi's request, and I appreciate that. But it's got my eyes on it too, so we could keep an eye on it. That's all I'd ask. Thank you.
Director Sethi here. If I can add to Director Gunther's comment, I've long been an advocate of providing a rebate to our customers on the recirculating water pumps. I did take note that in the Build Back Better Act that there is a provision in there now to include that as an energy efficient item, and so we may want to reconsider offering a rebate. I agree with the customer's perspective that it really does waste a lot of water just to get your hot water from one portion of the house to another. And it can take up to 5 minutes to get a good stream of hot water. So I'm certainly an advocate of taking another look at that. I also wanted to address BART Director Liz Ames' question about the change in usage of our groundwater system over time. So, Ms. Ames, the district now is almost 108 years old. And for the first 50 years, we were very dependent upon, 100% dependent upon the groundwater system and water runoff from Alameda Creek. After the state water project was completed, that became a more important component of our water supply. And then, of course, when we signed an agreement with San Francisco for Hetchatchee water that added another supply. So it's varied over time. And generally, we tell the public in our presentations that about 40% comes from our groundwater system, which is quite extensive, covering the entire Tri-City area, that underground aquifer. 40% comes typically from the State Water Project and 20% from Hetchatchee. Well, the situation we're facing right now is that 40% of our water supply is being entirely cut off, and then the other 20% we're being asked to system-wide take a 10% reduction too. So when we went through the last drought, we had started work in Alameda Creek and in our quarries to do a lot of engineering upgrades. And so we lowered our groundwater system considerably, not knowing we were going into a drought. So that impacted the community and the usage of our water during that last drought quite a bit. As Mr. Neiser pointed out, we have a much healthier groundwater system today than we did then. So that's beneficial. As far as what Director Weed just brought up, our communities have made quite an investment in storing water in our water bank and at Semi-Tropic. And we have some storage of water at San Luis Reservoir too. But the strategy behind our water banking was that we could always count on the State Water Project to be able to return us some water. But when we get down to a zero allocation of water, which is what the state is saying right now, it's very difficult to make those water transfers. I would like to inform the staff and ask that they investigate this. Director Weed and I occasionally participate in the Santa Clara Valley Water District Water Supply Exploratory Committee. And at the last meeting that I attended, they had a very interesting presentation that I think we need to be part of, which is to take a look at financing a reverse flow of water from Semi-Tropic and some of the other water banks that they participate in. And that this would only be used in the most extreme circumstances. But if we are looking at a whole different change in our climate over decades to come, I think that that's a project where we in fact may want to participate and at least understand what the cost of doing that is. Thank you for allowing me to make some comments. I hope, Ms. Ames, that was helpful to you. And maybe Mr. Neiser would like to add to my comments.
I think I would. First, Director Sethi, I hope you'll be happy to know that we are actively participating in that feasibility study with Valley Water and with Zone 7 Water Agency. So it's a South Bay Contractors collective work with Department of Water Resources. Thank you for bringing it up. It is important work. I did want to maybe add one clarification. We sometimes get a little confusion, and I think Ms. Ames maybe has seen two different numbers. Our long-term average use of local groundwater is 30%. Our local use is 40%, but that includes 10% typically coming from Lake Del Val. And so sometimes we see it represented as 30% and sometimes 40%, but our long-term average use in the past, my lifetime really hasn't changed on the groundwater side and isn't planning to change. But that underscores one important factor, that 10% of our normal supply, which comes from Lake Del Val Reservoir, is a missing supply this year because of the dry conditions. We depend on rainfall for that water. And so far, we really haven't had anything in these past couple of years from that supply. So it's a really important detail.
If I may follow up on the Del Val comment. It has not several months ago, DWR changed their operation of Del Val in maintaining at least 15,000 acre feet of available water, SBA regulatory water to which we would share with Zone 7 providing us with yet another 7,500 acre feet of warehouse water storage that can be that is plumbed to the delta. So might that be yet an additional water supply, which is not included in our current calculations?
So you are correct. The Department of Water Resources is pursuing what's called a minor deviation with the Army Corps of Engineers to allow more storage of water and de-emphasize the need for flood storage, because we're not looking at a very rainy year. So what that will allow is this extra water, almost 4,000 acre feet, to be held in our local watershed and able to be delivered to us even if the Delta pumps were turned out. That water supply is system water. It's owned by the state of California, which is great for us because the state owes us our water that's in the groundwater bank. And if needed, that extra 4,000 acre feet will in fact secure our delivery of our semi-tropic supply with this action. So it is correct.
Any other questions or comments from members of the board?
Let me see if I can get a quick clarification on one of the speakers. He mentioned the point that we'd be rationing. It's my understanding that rationing is a different, the term used in the water industry. We are not proposing rationing of the water. Is that correct?
That's correct. We are not proposing rationing of water. We are proposing an ordinance which restricts uses of water to prioritize that inside water use and just maintain the basic needs for irrigation, but no more.
Director Sethi, again, I just have a couple of closing comments I would like to make in consideration of adopting this ordinance. First, I really welcome all of the community input, and there's a lot of good ideas that were expressed. I was taking notes. I thank you for taking the time for participating in the meeting. Number two, where I would like to see staff put a little bit more emphasis into our communications is on the commercial, industrial, institutional side of our customer base, which represents 1/3 of all of our water sales. And those constituents are a very important contributor to helping us to save water here. And we're 2 years now into a severe drought. We've all, we're quite aware that this is one of the worst 2-year periods going back to the founding of the state. And I think that the drought has really forced our hand. Whether or not we will have more water this coming year or not, I think it's prudent on our part to prepare for an inevitable third year of dry weather. And it may even go longer. We know from looking at tree ring history in California that we've had some very extensive droughts lasting decades. So whether or not you believe in climate change and that being the contributor here in the immediate sense, we do know that we historically have lived in quite a dry Mediterranean type or even desert climate going back thousands of years. So I think the drought has forced our hand here, and we need to be responsible, and not only for the agency, but for our community. And I would move to adopt the proposed ordinance. Thank you.
I will second that, but if I could have a quick comment, a question to the staff. After following the last drought, did not ACWD participate in a study by a national organization at the University of North Carolina, which indicated that districts which did not, that it made no difference in the amount of conservation achieved for districts that had rate-based conservation or allocations, and those that did not have rate-based allocations or restrictions. And for example, tiered rates. We have never done tiered rates with the exception of a 0 tier with the last drought surcharge, which I would again support. But rate-based rates have not shown to be an effective means of doing water conservation or allocation.
So I think I can take that one. I was the staff member who led the district's participation in that study. There were, I think, 10 or 11 water agencies in California who funded the study. We were one of them, and it looked at water use during the drought across all agencies throughout California. And there were two major takeaways from the study. The first takeaway is exactly what Director Weed is saying, is that all agencies, regardless of rate structure, were able to achieve significant conservation during the drought. Because again, conservation during a drought is largely driven by the types of restrictions that are in the ordinance before the board tonight. They're not really driven by financial rate structure types of issues. So the second major finding of it though, was that agencies who had inclining block rates or a typical tiered rate structure generally had lower per capita water use before the drought. So they were starting at a lower water consumption point before the drought. And so it would be correct to say that tiered rates do support long-term efficient water use. It would not be correct to say that tiered rates are necessary to achieve conservation during a drought.
And did they not also know, or was it not also noted that social media and it was a social responsibility of our users that drove the extraordinary conservation we achieved, and that we did not have any enforcement actions at all in the last drought because we had 100% compliance.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't really able to specifically parse out like how much social media or other outreach mechanisms led to the conservation during the drought. Really, what the study concluded is that agencies were successful achieving conservation during the drought. And of course, it's largely assumed, I think for good reason, that major statewide media campaigns, social media efforts, outreach efforts by local agencies were a major part of that success.
Thank you.
Great. Well, we really appreciate, again, everybody's participation tonight, beginning with staff for the thorough presentation, specifically Mr. Neiser, Ms. Gonzalez, and Mr. Ash. Thank you for a great presentation tonight. And I also want to express my appreciation for all the members of the public who turned up tonight. This is a very important topic. It's one where when we're making any kind of considerations as a board, it's always helpful to have input from our customers who are going to be directly impacted by our decisions tonight. I think we were, as I was taking notes, able to address all of the questions from members of the public, I hope. If we did miss anything, I apologize for that, and we'll look to address that in the future, of course. With that, we've received public comments. We've received comments from the board as well, and staff has had an opportunity to provide input. So at this point, we will close our public hearing. And with that, we'll take consideration of the recommendation by staff. I believe we had a motion on the table already from Director Sethi.
I didn't make a formal motion, but I will right now.
Okay. Yes.
That we move the staff recommendation on item 5.8 to adopt the water shortage emergency ordinance.
I will second Director Sethi on that move.
Directors Weed,
Aye.
Gunther,
Aye.
Huang,
Aye.
Sethi,
Aye.
and Akbari.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. With that, that concludes item 5.8. And we'll move on to item 5.9, a resolution approving the alternative update and authorizing the submittal of the alternative update for the Niles Cone Subbasin 2-09.01 and declaring this action exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Stevenson.
President Akbari, we're
Yes,
2
sorry.
hours into a meeting and I was hoping we could have like a 5-minute break.
Sure. Why don't we
Acceptable to the other board members.
Absolutely. I actually had a request to take a 15-minute break. So why don't we take that 15-minute break right now? I have 7:55, so we'll return at 8:10.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Wonderful. All right, it is 8:12 p.m. and we are reconvening. We'll pick up where we left off with item 5.9, resolution approving the alternative update and authorizing the submittal of the alternative update for the Niles Cone Subbasin 2-09.01 and declaring this action exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And I'll turn it to Mr. Stevenson for this item.
Thank you, President Akbari, and I'm very pleased that we're at this stage in the process, and I'd be happy to turn it over to our Director of Water Resources, Ms. Laura Heides, to get us started.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. For over 100 years, the district has managed the groundwater of the Niles Cone groundwater basin through programs that protect and improve water supplies for all groundwater users. The Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or SGMA, specifically identifies the district as one of 18 agencies that were created by statute to manage groundwater and deemed the exclusive local agency to comply with SGMA. On December 31st, 2016, the district submitted an alternative to a groundwater sustainability plan, also known as the alternative, for the Niles Cone Subbasin 2-09.01, which was approved by the California Department of Water Resources, or DWR, on July 17, 2019. Accompanying DWR's letter of approval and staff report was a statement of findings regarding the approval of the Niles Cone alternative, which included 7 recommended actions from the staff report for the district to incorporate in the alternative update. At least every 5 years, and whenever it is amended, the district must evaluate its alternative and provide a written assessment to DWR. The district's first 5-year update or alternative update is due by January 1st, 2022. The alternative update is not a plan amendment, but is a written assessment that describes and provides an update on the district's groundwater management efforts, incorporates DWR's 7 recommended actions, and includes information on proposed projects and ongoing management actions to ensure the continued sustainable management of the Niles Cone. On November 5th, 2021, staff sent letters to all interested parties, including over 100 well owners operators, the cities of Fremont, Newark, Union City, and Hayward, and other interested agencies, informing them that the draft alternative update was posted for review and public comment on the district's website. In addition, the letter informed them that the district staff will review with the board any comments received on the draft alternative update on December 9, 2021, prior to the board's consideration of adoption of a resolution approving the alternative update and authorizing staff to submit the alternative update to DWR. The public comment period ended this past Monday, December 6th at 5 p.m. The district received 3 letters. One is a letter of support from the city of Newark. The other 2 comment letters are from the city of Hayward and the East Bay Municipal Utility District and are similar to each other with comments generally in the areas of groundwater modeling assumptions and minor edits. In general, the letters do not require major changes to the alternative update, but staff will be making some minor changes where appropriate based on the comments submitted by the city of Hayward and East Bay Municipal Utility District. Additionally, on Wednesday, December 8th, the district received a letter of support from the city of Union City. The approval of the district's alternative, together with the pre-existing authority by which the district has carried out groundwater management efforts, allows the district to continue the successful management of the Niles Cone. Approval of this item is consistent with Strategic Plan Goal 2.1, maintain and enhance sustainability and reliability of local and regional water supplies. Therefore, staff's recommendation for the board tonight is to, by motion, adopt a resolution approving the alternative update and authorizing staff to submit the alternative update to the Department of Water Resources for the Niles Cone Subbasin 2-09.01 and declaring this action exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And that concludes the presentation for this item. And we're happy to answer questions, and we do have some of our groundwater team staff here tonight in support of this item. And their efforts are much appreciated for this big accomplishment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Heides. Let me first open it to the board to see if there's any questions or comments from the board. Hearing none, let me open it up to members of the public. Are there any questions or comments on this item from members of the public? Liz Ames.
Good evening. I wasn't really prepared to talk about this item. I was actually wanting to speak on the previous item. So thank you for having all of these discussions regarding our water supply. And so as a BART director, I've been involved with the East-West Connector, and I'm sure you know all about this road. It's $200 million 2-mile roadway section between Mission Boulevard and Paseo Padre. They call that Quarry Lakes Parkway right now. And in looking at the 2050 Plan Bay area, it's like a 30-year vision plan. They have FEMA requirements in there, policies that you could adopt. And one of them is to not invest in heavy infrastructure in a liquefaction zone. And that apparently on the west side of the BART station, it's designated as a high liquefaction zone, which I didn't realize. And so FEMA recommends if it's a high liquefaction zone, try not to invest in infrastructure, and also establish some policies regarding land use. This is related to Union City, but consider lower density housing or zone agricultural for that particular area. And then focus development on warehousing districts and also maybe in shopping centers to offset the area that you can't develop on or you shouldn't develop on. So just to highlight that, and also the San Francisco Estuary Institute recommends that Old Alameda Creek be re-established as habitat for the steelhead trout if you open up Old Alameda Creek to the channelized Alameda Creek. And this San Francisco Estuary Institute recommends this as potential habitat because that was the original alignment of the creek. They want to open up the creek at the outlet into the bay, which is very aggressive. But it's kind of exciting to see this agency look at possibly creating habitat there and also at the same time recharging the Niles Cone or the groundwater basin. So that's food for thought. I don't expect any major changes that now that I'm bringing this up, but I think it's something to consider long-term with this drought situation might be the new normal in the next 10 years and 20 years. We'll be exploring, how other ways to recharge the basin, which would be reestablishing Old Alameda Creek, which lies between Quarry Lakes and the channelized Alameda Creek. So that's all I have. Thank you so much for all of your work.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a comment or ask a question? Hearing none, I'll move it back to the board to see if we have a recommendation on the table.
I'll go ahead and move staff recommendation.
I'll second with a comment here. I want to thank the staff. I think we all need to thank the staff. There are hundreds, if not thousands of hours that have gone into preparing this alternative update over the last few years and trying to comply with Sigma. And it all gets reduced down to a one-sentence item on the agenda. It doesn't really recognize all of the efforts that have been put in here. And I just want to extend my compliments to everybody. I see Mr. Hallowell is here and other members of the team. Good job.
Yeah, I'd like to concur with Director Sethi. Great job. A lot of work for, that's correct, one line item.
Yep, same here. Compliments to the staff. This is a pretty heavy lift. The fact that we could actually write a plan for groundwater basin that's shared by different entities with only 3 comment letters, that's pretty darn good.
And I'll add, well done.
And now I'll echo those same sentiments as well. Thank you to staff.
We
So you
appreciate
have a
this
first and a
public.
second here.
Yes, Directors Weed,
Aye.
Gunther,
Aye.
Wong,
Aye.
Sethi,
Aye.
and Akbari.
Aye. Wonderful. We'll move on to item 5.10, review of the proposed water-related rates and charges and setting a public hearing. And I'll turn it to our general manager, Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you, President Akbari. It's been a long road to get to where we are this evening, but I'm happy that we're here. And to get us started, I will pass it over to our Director of Finance, Jonathan Wunderlich.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. So the district's core mission is to provide a reliable supply of high quality water at a reasonable price to the communities of Fremont, Newark, and Union City. In order to ensure the district has sufficient funds to effectively accomplish its mission, the district reviews its actual and projected revenues as compared with its costs. Revenue from water sales provides the majority of district revenue, and accordingly, the commodity rates and service charges, which are reflected in customer water bills, are reviewed regularly to ensure they adequately reflect the cost of providing service. The district's various and other rates and charges are also analyzed periodically and revised to recover the costs of providing the service for which the rate or charge is imposed. The district also in this process reviewed the dedicated fire service rates as part of the cost of service study. Any proposed changes to the district's water-related rates and charges are made publicly available and are reviewed at a public hearing prior to adoption by the board. Based on discussions that actually really started at a series of workshops in 2020 and continued at a series of workshops this calendar year, staff has received board policy direction to have the revenue increase needed applied to fixed charges. And so the overall proposal is for a 6% increase in overall fixed revenues with no change to the commodity rate, consistent with the comprehensive analysis described in the staff report, as well as the cost of service study prepared by the district's consultant, which is also included within this evening's board packet. The board also considered options for water shortage emergency stage rates to address the revenue shortfall that results from lower consumption during a declared water shortage emergency, which the district is now officially in, as well as updates to the dedicated fire service rates. And so this report will be supplemented actually by a series of staff presentations. And this item will help the district meet strategic goal 3, improve the district's financial stability and transparency. And so we have 3 staff presentations this evening. The first presentation focuses on these water shortage emergency stage rates. I will provide that presentation. After that presentation, Sanjay Gar, the district's consultant, will provide the results of the cost of service study. And then Mr. Aum, our financial analysis supervisor, will provide the final staff presentation, which summarizes the district's financial status and the overall proposal. At the conclusion of the last presentation is where we will find ourselves at the staff recommendation for this item, which is by motion 1 set February 10th, 2022 at 6 p.m. as the date and time for a public hearing to consider the proposed revisions to the district's water-related rates and charges, and 2, authorize staff to mail notifications to all property owners in the district, customers who are directly responsible for paying the water bill, and all other mailing addresses in the district, a notice with the proposed revisions to water-related rates and charges and public hearing details. So with that, I will go ahead and begin the stage rates presentation. And what I would suggest is that as we go through, the series of presentations that, we kind of stop after each one to address any questions or feedback related to the topic of that particular presentation. And so, let's see. All right, and everybody should be able to see my screen now. So the overview for the stage rates presentation, give a quick overview of stage rates. We'll review the various approaches the district could take in designing them, as well as review draft rates for each design option, and then kind of discuss the relative benefits of the proposed approach, which is a uniform amount per unit of water consumption, and compare that with the alternative approaches, and then discuss next steps. So stage rates, they're commonly called drought surcharges, and they function as follows. It's basically an additional charge assessed on water bills during a water shortage emergency, such as a drought. There's generally a schedule of stage rates based on the severity of a drought. So if you step up, we declared a stage 2 emergency this evening. If conditions got worse and we needed to in the future declare a stage 3, the stage rates are set up so that there's a rate associated with each stage of emergency. And generally the way it works, as would be expected, the more severe the drought is, the more expensive the stage rate would be. And the term stage references the different stages of the district's water shortage contingency plan. And so that goes all the way up as high as a stage 6. Stage rates can be designed to either fully or partially offset the revenue loss during a water shortage emergency. And of course, the board could decide to move forward with the stage rates proposal included on a Prop 218 notice and still choose not to implement them. So what's being asked tonight is to authorize staff to proceed with the Proposition 218 noticing process. Nothing being done tonight would restrict us in terms of forcing us to implement anything. All it would do is set the upper bound parameters of what the district could do at that future public hearing. So why utilize stage rates? First, it sends a signal to customers that the drought is serious and that conservation is needed. I think for many customers, seeing that extra charge would really be that signal that says, okay, I need to really seriously consider how I can be more efficient with my water use. And then, conversely, ending those stage rates may signal to customers that they can return to their normal efficient water use patterns. Another reason, of course, is to align the cost of the drought with the drought period. The district's revenue from water sales is approximately 1/3 fixed service charges and 2/3 commodity charges. And so, of course, during a drought, while we need the conservation from our customers, that does result in revenue losses to the district. It does mitigate the risk of a larger increase after the drought. If we don't utilize stage rates, then we would potentially be in a position after the drought where we need to rebuild reserves. Also, it's quite possible that even after the drought is over and water supplies are normal, water demands may stay lower following the drought. And so that may exacerbate any need to rebuild reserves in terms of post-drought rate increases. The other point too I wanted to mention is the district is currently going through a process to refinance its 2012 bonds. The schedule for that has been previously reviewed with the Finance Committee. And that process will be reviewed in more detail with the full board next month at the ACWD Financing Authority meeting. And certainly any proposal to move forward with stage rates would send a positive signal to rating agencies and investors in terms of how we plan to approach our financial management during the drought. So first, here's kind of the status quo or kind of our basic financial chart, general fund ending balances based on the proposals before the board this evening. This assumes financial sufficiency during any period of drought by implementing stage rates that fully recover the revenue loss. And as you can see, we've planned to spend down our reserves because currently we are above our reserve target. And so we do plan to spend down our reserves over the next 5 or so years. in a way that allows for consistent modest rate increases. If we were to not make any changes to future rate increase plans, but decide not to implement stage rates, and assuming we had either a 1-year drought or a 2-year drought scenario with 15% conservation, which was what was adopted earlier this evening, you can see that we would find ourselves with pretty significant deficiencies out into the future. With a low balance of 52.3 million under a 1-year drought scenario, which is more than twice as much as our rate stabilization reserve in terms of how far below our reserve target we would be. If we had a 2-year drought with 15% conservation, we would find ourselves $28.5 million below our reserve target at the end of our current planning horizon. If we wanted to avoid stage rates, but maintain our reserve balances within the planning horizon, it would then require larger near-term rate increases. And so what we currently have in our financial planning model assumes that in future years, starting March 1, 2023, and each year thereafter, 3% annual rate increases. But with a 1-year drought scenario, we would need to go with 5%, followed by 2 years at 4%. Whereas in a 2-year drought scenario, we'd be looking at consistent 5% rate increases over the future 4-year period. So that's just a little background on why we would want to look at using stage rates during a water shortage emergency. There are 3 general options that are outlined in the American Water Works Association rate setting manual of how to design stage rates. The first option is a fixed charge based on the customer's meter size. The second option is a fixed amount per unit of consumption. Each unit of consumption is 100 cubic feet or approximately 748 gallons. The rates that will be presented this evening for this option are final proposed rates. Those are the rates that are included in the study prepared by Raftalis. Rates showed for the other options are preliminary. And should the board desire to go in a different direction, then we would have to go back and calculate the rates for those different approaches. So a third approach would be a tiered rate that charges a lower amount or not at all for a baseline level of consumption, and then more per unit for consumption above that level. And of course, you could also have more than 2 tiers. And so the current proposal, which was previously reviewed with the board, is a fixed amount per unit of consumption that is consistent with what was adopted back in 2019, although those stage rates were never imposed because there was not a water shortage emergency during that 2-year period they were in effect. The rates that were implemented during the prior drought were tiered for single family and fixed per unit of consumption for all other customers. So it was kind of a mixed approach. And those prior stage rates or surcharges were based on partial revenue recovery, whereas the amounts presented this evening are all based on full revenue recovery. And so we're showing the effect of stage rates for a single family residential customer at 3 different levels of consumption. And those were not randomly selected amounts. There are reasons for the amounts selected. 8 units was selected because that's really the lowest consumption we might reasonably expect from a household. That's 50 gallons per person per day for a 2-person household and no outdoor watering. 50 gallons per person per day is the state's target for efficient indoor water use that all water agencies are supposed to achieve by the year 2030. 16 units is our typical residential bill. But, we also have a number of households that have, a larger number of people, say a 6-person household. Plus, as we heard this evening, our intent here is not to eliminate all outdoor water use with this evening's drought declaration, but rather to make sure the use is consistent with the amount of water available to serve our community. And so the upper number here, 32, is consistent with efficient use, consistent with the drought ordinance for a larger household that wants to continue to maintain its trees and do modest watering for its other landscaping. And we've also shown some scenarios for various types of commercial customers. So the first one, a fixed charge approach. And of course, I've highlighted here the stage 2A in anticipation that that would be approved this evening. And so for a 3/4 inch meter, that's an extra $16.24 per billing period. For a typical customer that uses 16 units, so for the typical residential customer, that would amount to a 12.5% increase to their base bill, assuming that, of course, that they did not conserve. Next option is a fixed per unit of consumption. And the way that is calculated is you take kind of the net revenue loss due to conservation and you divide that by all remaining units of consumption. All units of consumption share equally in the cost of the drought under this approach. And that would be an extra 79 cents per unit. And so for that typical customer using 16 units, that's an additional $12.59. Of course, customers who are able to conserve, they could mitigate any cost increase from the stage rates. And then that's, a little under a 10% increase in the base bill for the average customer. And as you see, the customers who use more, obviously it's per unit. So the more you use, the more you pay. And then you're also seeing a higher percentage increase with the higher user. And then the last option would be a tiered approach. And the way I've modeled that here is I've exempted the first 13 units from paying a stage rate. I got to that based on providing 50 gallons per person per day per the average household size in our service area based on Census Bureau data. Based on that approach, the maximum conservation we would be looking at getting is 42%. So in other words, the first 13 units per bill for residential customers represents 58% of single family residential consumption, whereas consumption above that threshold represents 42%. And so if we approached it that way with the cost on those units above 13, then we would be looking at a cost per unit of $2.44 at stage 2A. So of course, no effect to the small household, but as you can see, a pretty substantial effect on the larger household. And so this page here shows the comparisons kind of all put on one slide at both the stage 2A, which calls for 15% conservation, as well as 3B to kind of put some bookends on it. Should the district have to go to a higher stage in the future? Now this shows what that would look like. And as you can see, the fixed approach obviously is the same for everyone, kind of the gradual increase on the per unit approach. Versus, kind of the more dramatic increase on the tiered approach. And then our typical residential customer has a 1.5 inch meter and uses 125 units per billing period. My assumption here is that similar to during the last drought, if we did go with the tiered approach for residential, it would still be a uniform charge per unit for non-single family residential customers. And so that's reflected within the amounts here. So just to kind of talk through some of the issues pertaining to this proposal, the current proposal is a set amount per unit of consumption. So it charges you according to your water use. You use less, you pay less. You use more, you pay more. Does recognize that in a drought, during a drought, each drop of water is more precious and more expensive to produce. It is true that there's no exemption for lower water users. We recognize that would definitely be a concern for some, especially for those 1 and 2 person households. It does provide for fairly stable revenue recovery because there is a certain percentage of our water use that people need to use for indoor purposes. Whereas, obviously it's not quite as stable as the fixed charge. But if you go with the tiered approach, it does introduce a fair amount of uncertainty. At $2.44, I think I could see a lot more motivation by customers to try to get out of that top tier. This approach does recognize that higher levels of water use can still be efficient and consistent with the ordinance, based on some of the issues that have been discussed this evening. The uniform per unit of water amount is also very easy for customers to understand. Whereas I think a fixed charge to recover revenue during a drought, I think may strike some customers as a little odd when we should be encouraging conservation. Whereas I think if you have a customer maybe with a larger household, they may find the cutoffs kind of difficult to live with on the tiered approach. It is based on full cost recovery. And the other kind of the last point here I'd like to just talk about for just a quick moment is this approach also, I realize it's different than the approach taken last time, and I think recognizes that there's less inefficient water use in our system today than there was before the last drought. Our metered consumption last fiscal year was 10% lower than it was in advance of the prior drought. And that's despite a 6% increase in the number of connections. So a lot of our customers, and this is obviously very helpful for us with the water supply conditions we face today, a lot of our customers have maintained more efficient water use since the last drought. Getting to our kind of box of check marks, obviously in terms of revenue stability, the fixed charge is the most stable, whereas tiered being the least stable, and the current proposal being more of a middle ground approach. In terms of supporting conservation, whether it's tiered or per unit, I think each one of those approaches clearly support conservation. In terms of customer control, unfortunately, there's really no way to give customers complete control here. Given this kind of emergency situation we find ourselves in, obviously per unit, everybody needs to use some water. And then on the tiered approach, whether it's larger households that wouldn't be able to stay below that tier threshold, or commercial and multifamily customers who would pay per unit, I didn't really see a way to get to kind of the 3 check marks on customer control for any approach. Cost for lowest water users, the tiered approach would provide the lowest cost for lowest water users, whereas the fixed charge, of course, would be the highest. In terms of timeliness and administrative ease, we are ready to go tonight if we get the board direction for the per unit approach. Other approaches may require, a slight delay to move forward. And I do think the per unit charge is easiest for customers to understand. And then the last one, well, hopefully we would never get to that severe of a drought stage. Of course, the tiered approach is not available for all stages. And so, for kind of these reasons we've been talking through, staff's recommendation this evening is to implement a uniform per unit of water stage rate. The drought is the result of historically low rainfall, and asking customers to share the cost of that drought proportional to water use is an equitable approach. And it kind of seeks to balance those issues of revenue stability and customer control while also promoting conservation by all customers. And of course, it does charge less to the low water users, both in terms of overall cost, and it's also the lowest percentage of their base bill compared to higher users. Now, in terms of next steps, if the board maintains the current direction of a uniform charge per unit of water, we are ready to go with the Prop 218 notice to go ahead and issue that and move forward toward March 1, 2022 implementation. Of course, if the board prefers to pursue an alternative stage rate, then we would work with Raftalis to develop that alternative and come back at a future board meeting to present that. And in that scenario, we would suggest deferring the Prop 218 notice for the general water rate increase, just to avoid multiple notices and potential confusion to customers. And so that concludes the presentation on this item, and I think now would be an appropriate time to take any questions or comments related to the stage rates proposal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wunderlich. Let me first open it up to the board to see if there's any questions or comments so far.
Yes, a number from John Weed. Are we looking at a 1 year 218? Is that the current concept?
Yes, based on the series of workshops we had earlier this fall, there's just the initial rate adjustment proposal, and then we would go through a process again next year with another Prop 218. So yes, just for 1 year. But I should clarify, it's not the way it's set up now. The rates don't expire after a year. So if we were to find ourselves in a situation where the next process was deferred, the rates approved through this process would remain in effect.
Okay, and this time we'll have the stage rates continue on. And last time, currently we cannot do the stage rates at this time because of the way we drafted the prior to Prop 218.
That's correct. And we've made sure, and we've worked closely with legal counsel to make sure our draft 218 notice is structured in such a way that we would not have that issue this time.
But I do just want to mention that the stage rates would only be in effect during a declared water shortage emergency. So at such time as the water shortage emergency is over, then those stage rates would no longer apply to water bills, but they would still be available under the 218 notice.
All right. To quantify the amount of money we need, if we have a 15% reduction in water sales this coming year, was that not computed to be about a $13 million net loss to the district in revenue?
You know, that sounds approximately correct.
Okay. We have a rate stabilization reserve, which has had a benchmark of $10 million, but at the last report is carrying $23 million in our rate stabilization reserve. Would not $13 million from our existing rate stabilization reserve cover the expected shortfall in the coming year? And so
Yes,
it's not an 8.1 million, but a $10 million target for a benchmark.
Yeah, so we could not do stage rates as shown on this slide. This shows some charts if we didn't do stage rates, and it would still take a few years before our reserves fell below our reserve target because we are currently above that target. But as you can see, there is an out year consequence of that. And so we would be looking at higher rate increases in the near term to try to make sure we stay balanced. And so that's, I guess that's kind of the issue is, do we want to spend down our reserves more gradually over the next several years and allow for more modest rate increases, or do we want to spend them down more quickly by not utilizing stage rates?
Well, let me suggest if we have a specific reserve, specifically for rate stabilization, so that when we have a drought, we can have those funds available to cover the revenue shortfall, because of, I would have argued ad nauseum that this is a dysfunctional rate structure. The only reason we're talking about this, we have the money in the bank for a specific reserve to cover the identified shortfall for this coming year. Now, stage rates may have some advantages and as we go forward, but it strikes me we've already planned and budgeted and funded the problem at hand for the next 1 year, 218. Okay, that statement having been made, let me go on. It was mentioned that 1.5 inch meters is the standard residential connection. Is that not the exception rather than the standard?
No, that's the typical non-residential connection is 1.5 inch meters. That's kind of the average non-residential.
And you mentioned the tiered approach. The last time we did a drought surcharge, we created a 0 tier. I would hope we've established 0 tiers in our overall funding and our overall rate structure for commodities. Once we get the commodities down to the 15 or 20% that is actually our variable cost to match variable income, we could easily afford it. We wouldn't worry about staged rates. But getting this to the why would, first of all, why would not zero tier be available in all stages?
Well, we did have a series of board workshops to discuss the rate structure. And the proposal before the board this evening is based on the feedback we received from the board majority over the course of those workshops, and that does not include a zero tier.
Well, if I go back to the chart that you had, that you in the statement, that a tiered rate is not available for each of the stages. If it were a zero tier, would it not be available for each of the stages?
Yeah, so this gets to here where it's not available. And so if we wanted a zero tier to be available for each stage, it would have to be a smaller amount of water in that tier, right? So what I modeled here was exempting the first 13 units based on 50 gallons per person per day for the average household size. Now, obviously, if the board preference were to go down this path, then and you wanted to have this available at all stages, we would have to have something less than 13 that's exempt.
Okay. And a clear understanding that this, while there were some statements made about conservation, the reason for looking at staged rates, or rate surcharge in our case, is revenue. That the action of taking a change in your rate structure only occurs following any conservation that reduces our income flow. It's been a problem we've had in each drought. We had water to sell and people weren't buying it because of the social media. We're in a much better position than our neighboring districts. So this is an effort to balance our budget because of a dysfunctional rate structure. We've made a modest step in the right direction earlier this evening, but I would encourage us to look at a zero tier and putting it in and use up our, and give direction to use up our funded reserve for this specific purpose before we bring to the board a staged rate, which makes this somewhat of an academic argument. Thank you.
If I may, President Akbari?
Yes, go ahead.
So I think I have been consistent throughout the different meetings and workshops to say that I am definitely against, in a sense, it feels like a punishment to our most efficient customers who have heeded our call for water conservation. A couple items ago, we just say we're not going to punish people who are efficient water users by targeting water conservation for outdoor use and water waste. But in this item, we are recovering the revenue loss by distributing the burden and ask our efficient water user to share it. So I definitely have a bit issue with that. I'm uncomfortable. Let's just put it that way. I totally understand that in the drought situation, it does cost us more to produce a drop of water. And however, whatever amount the most efficient water used customers we have, right? The amount of water we provide them is just more expensive. And that is a factual statement. And we need to get that cost back somewhere. So I don't think the stage rate is completely fair, because our most efficient customers would not have that much leeway and ability to lower their bill by further cutting down their water use. And that is the only part that bothers me. I could actually see why we're doing this. And to answer Director Wee's question, right, the 218 is 1 year, but the stage rate as it is drafted right now is for multiple years. We have enough reserve for 1 year, but how about the out years, right? And I think I am convinced this is the way to go, even though I don't like it, and because I don't think it's perfectly fair, but I think the district needs it and we don't have to use it. I think I heard this from many directors when we have debate about 218 and rate increases. This is just a ceiling. We don't have to pull the trigger. And I really hope sincerely we don't have to do it. and pull the trigger. But at this point, I don't like it, but I also don't oppose it.
Yeah, so if I could maybe just add on to that a little bit too, we're looking at about 78 cents per unit of water, or as I've started thinking about it, about 1/10 of a penny per gallon. And if we include this in a Prop 218 notice, the options available to the board include not implementing it fully, or maybe the board decides, we're comfortable doing 50 cents per unit. And so you could do something less than it and do a partial revenue recovery. So keeping it on the notice just keeps our options open.
Yeah. Judy, would you agree that a zero tier would achieve your concern or would address your concern of not punishing people who've been efficient and conserving water?
I think that would be consistent with all the arguments I've been making that we should not punish our efficient water users, right?
So your thought process is to achieve the zero tier, my argument would achieve what your concern is.
That is correct.
Would address it.
One thing, and I just want to make sure that we're all kind of thinking about all the moving parts is, an efficient water user could be, a household of 8 or 10 people that use far more than 8 units or 10 units or 13 units. And so, striving to prevent an impact on efficient users is pretty complicated.
I agree, we don't have a water budget, so it's not accurate, and we're doing everything in a very clumsy manner based on the way we've structured our overall rate structure. But in the best of world, this would at least goes a long way toward addressing that issue to the public, that if they are they're not going to, if they have a relatively low consumption, they're not going to be hit with the drought surcharge.
Yeah, and I think that's why we're kind of in a place of per unit of consumption, right? Yes, there's no way to avoid it completely, but you use less, you pay less, you use more, you pay more. And so it's doing it proportional to water use, given the challenges of trying to find what an appropriate threshold would be for each customer in their unique situation. It seems, we felt the most equitable approach was per unit of consumption.
Well, we did it one time. Again, it's not our first drought. So we used the zero tier last time. I think only for a couple of units, which is 50 gallons a day per meter. It need not be 13, but I would encourage us to consider a zero tier. Thank you.
I guess I'll go next. For tonight, I understand what Director Wheat and Director Long are saying, and actually kind of agree with them to a point. The problem is the large households truly get punished. And I don't know if there's a way around that. And the larger households could be, in very much cases, are customers that are the hardest hit in income-wise. Larger house, now I'm not talking about certain larger houses, but people with larger families in smaller homes. And so I recognize what staff has done. I support that measure. I certainly see where somebody who has, gotten their efficiency down to where they really can't go any lower, they would be upset. But I also look at, if you have a household of 6 or 8, and it's not uncommon, that could be a real impact. This is a 1-year Prop 218 notice. I would like staff I like staged rates. I like the concept. Yes, we have a rate stabilization fund, and yes, we can use that. This is a tool. It's only one tool we have. If we really get hammered by this drought, and it could happen, we could get hammered this year, we can get hammered again next year, maybe even worse. I want to get the tool in the box. I'd be very open to readdressing the zero tier concept, but we really have to look at how do we address the house with 8 people in it who also may not qualify for our Help on Tap program either. So could be an impossible task. So at this point, I would say I side with what the staff has said. It's a 1 year. I'm glad it's coming back. I think we should always have these. We only have to pull them out if we need them. This year's looking kind of tough, but actuality is right now we're below 15%. Will we hold that? Probably not. I mean, it's, you know, the residents have come forward before. We're going to probably, well, I shouldn't say we're not going to need it because the residents have come forward before. We're already below 15%. It is a revenue situation, but reality is reliability is important. And the water can be as cheap as you want or as nice as you want, but if it doesn't come out of the tap when you want it to come out of the tap, it's absolutely worthless. And this is going to get us there. This will keep us reliable. I do not believe we should shift more costs to the fixed charge. And I think this is a method to keep from doing that. It provides us that flexibility we need when we have to go to the customer and say, hey, look, you know, it's not raining. The reservoirs are going dry. And it punishes, yes, it punishes those people that have been, I don't want to use the word punish, because they're still gonna be getting some benefit if they use less water. So it's a 1 year deal. I wouldn't mind seeing what a tier or some type of a zero tier, if we could kind of figure out some way to impact that large home or that large household per se. But for right now, I say this is what we need. This is what I'd like to see.
I'll speak up next if I may. Very directly, I support the staff recommendation here. We have, the one thing I want to prevent us from doing as a board is jerking around the staff. We have deliberated through multiple workshops. Each of us has a different perspective on the rate structure and how we should do things. But at the end of the day, the majority of the board came to a certain conclusion, and we offered the staff guidance in order to prepare a proper 218 notice to the community. And I'd like to stick with that. And we can always bring up these other issues in future workshops, other thoughts on how to structure things. Second, although we have the rate stabilization fund, which I really view as more of an emergency contingency fund, sometimes I think we have a misnomer on that account. Right now, we're faced with a drought where we have to encourage conservation. And what the staff is proposing here, as they said in the presentation, is offering the community a price signal that it's going to be a little bit more painful the more water you use. And that's the kind of message we need to be sending to all of our customers, whether they're residential or non-residential. And if we just simply use the money that's available in the rate stabilization fund, well, we're not sending any price signal to the marketplace, none. And I don't think that's healthy for the water district. The other thing is, I have always looked at that fund as kind of a strategic reserve balance in case we have a real disruption to the system, like a major earthquake. And it's good to know that that is there, or there could be other scenarios where we're not in a drought, but all of a sudden the cost of water really is jumping a lot from Hetch Hetchy. And so in order to balance things out for the community, we might want to dip into that bucket there. But right now, I support the staff recommendation and would like to move forward with it.
I also support staff's recommendation. I concur with a lot of the comments that were made by Directors Gunther and Director Sethi. You know, it's important for us to send a price signal to our customers that it's becoming more difficult and more expensive to procure water, and I think, you know, there's a lot of none of the ways in which we can implement stage rates will be completely perfect, but I think having that tool in our toolbox is going to be incredibly important for us moving forward. So yeah, I'll kind of keep my comments on that portion short. I did also want to give an opportunity for members of the public to opine on this item as well. If there's any members of the public who wish to make a comment, you can raise your hand in the Zoom app. I see we have Mr. Ken Nishimura.
Thank you, President Akbari. I find myself in a little bit of a uncommon territory because I'm in alignment with Director Weed on a topic about rates. I think I've mentioned this, been pretty consistent in my public comments about this in the past, and I do support the discussion of tiered stage rates. It's kind of a funny name, but it's been viewed as called zero tier, or the mechanism by which a certain amount of water is exempted from the drought surcharge. And I'm appreciative of Director Sethi's comment about not jerking the staff around. But I also am very appreciative of Director Weed's comment about the use of the rate stabilization fund. So I'm curious to know, if the proposal in front of the board does go through, can we come up with a plan where the zero rate or zero tier is implemented within the structure of the proposed 218 notice, where you don't use all of the the capacity of the 218 notice, and you subsequently in your actual rate structure implement a zero tier, and you can backfill the lost revenue using the rate stabilization fund. Alternatively, it's quite likely that and we've seen this behavior in the summer when the drought was in full force, that the amount of water that you're going to sell is actually not going to drop by 15%, even though that is your stated target and goal. And if you sell more water, or the customers use more water and don't meet the 15% goal, you will collect more money than predicted. And is it possible to use some of that surplus again to fund a zero tier? And I'm sensitive to Director Gunther's comments about, it is difficult to understand, at the household level, each customer's household size and scale the exemption amount, and I think Mr. Wunderlich's approach of, using the census data and coming up with 13 is reasonable. It doesn't have to be 13, right? It can be a smaller number. And that would then allow the district to really go back to the customer and say, hey, look, regardless of the number, we are going to exempt the first X units of water from the surcharge because we really want to reward those customers that do the very best in reducing their water consumption, right? And it would basically mitigate the accusations, which are to some degree true, that the district is punishing the most efficient water users. So, I believe you can do this within the context of the proposed 218 notice, and implement at a future time a drought surcharge rate structure that does exempt the first N units, where N is a number that can be is up for debate, of water consumption per bi-monthly rate period to be exempt from the drought surcharge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nishimura. Mr. Wunderlich, did you want to respond to that?
It looks like we have another public comment. If you'd like, I could take a quick response. I think I would want to confer with legal counsel, not put them on the spot, but I think doing a notice that's based on a charge to each unit of consumption and then choosing to exempt a certain amount, I think may put us in a challenging position. Legal counsel to opine on that. And then the other issue, of course, is really what's our objective? Are we trying to maintain our full financial stability, or are we kind of accelerating the spend down of reserves during the drought, right? Because if the idea is that we want to maintain the full revenue recovery, then as soon as you exempt a certain number of units, it means your charge on the units that do pay has to be higher, right? And so again, that kind of gets us back to the situation where maybe the household with 1 or 2 people is rewarded, while the household with 6 to 8 people, is in a situation where they really can't avoid it and face a much larger cost. But it looks like we do have another public comment on this item.
Yeah, Ashok Chatterjee.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thanks for taking my comment. My situation is we are extremely, as a family, conscious about the water shortage and have been conserving water usage over multiple years now. And it will be really disservice to families like mine to not be rewarded for being a good citizen. Typically, our water usage is 20, 25, 30% less than comparable households. I mean, how can I go even 15% lower than that? I mean, this is almost asking for an impossibility. So, however you structure this thing, please don't forget that to ensure financial viability, you punish your best and most conscientious customers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Are there any other members of the public who wish to ask a question or make a comment? If not, Mr. Wunderlich, I'll turn it back to you or to whoever our next presenter is.
Do we have an opportunity for one more board input?
Yes. Oh, absolutely, Director Weed.
I would argue that the suggestion that we're sending a price signal, it is a false signal. The unit cost of water is not going to increase significantly. When we did the last drought surcharge, we made the argument, we raised $12.4 million, arguing that that was going to be the cost of having to purchase surplus San Francisco water. Not a single dollar of that 12.4 million was used to purchase more expensive San Francisco water. We actually purchased less than our contractual minimum, as we were allowed to, and we saved money, significant sums. It's one of the reasons we were able to cover almost a $60 million shortfall over the 3 years when we had a drop off. There is no correlation between our current commodity charge and our cost. We overcharge our commodities by about 300%. And the reason you have a drop off is because we are so heavily weighted on the commodity side. There's no relationship, there's no rational relationship. Whatever we do with the rate structures, and we talk about reserves, if we want to broaden the concept of the rate stabilization reserve, then we should change our basic budget. But we put what's now down to 8.1 million per target. We have an extra $15 million specifically identified for this purpose. sitting in the reserve now. If we go forward with this, hopefully we go to our next finance meeting and redraft our and redo our rate structures so that we're more open and transparent. When it comes to helping people in the economic disadvantaged, it is at best a clumsy approach because of a dysfunctional rate structure. We don't match variable cost and variable income with fixed cost and fixed income. But if there are, and the idea of a relatively low amount for a zero tier across all stages, does I pick up those single individuals who might be conserving and in need. And we have a help on tap program, which can target people who are in need. To try and use our rate structure and a general purpose for social welfare is a terrible misuse. You warp 86,000 customers, you change their billing to address a few hundred. That's not responsible. So I'm not prepared to go forward at this time. Dr. Wong made a good comment. We're putting this rate structure in, not for 1 year with surcharges. We're establishing the surcharges into the first, in the indefinite future. Thank you.
With all due respect to the comments that have just been made, I would suggest that if we dip into our reserves in the rate stabilization fund, we are not meeting our goal. The goal is to create a behavioral change in the community. That means sending a price signal to encourage conservation.
We don't have a price
If
problem.
you just dip into your reserves, there is no focus on the conservation effort. I'll leave it at that. I have a question for Mr. Wunderlich and Mr. Stevenson. Do we need to go through all the backup materials that have been prepared by Mr. Gore and Mr. Olam? We have two guests that are still waiting to make a presentation to the board. And I'm afraid this could go on for another hour of debating the course that the board has already decided right now. We have a majority opinion to move forward with the staff recommendation.
Yes, so the presentation and discussion we've just had has been specific to the stage rates. So I think what I would, based on this, what I would suggest is that Mr. Gore and Mr. Al move very quickly through their presentations, but they are each covering unique aspects of the proposal that are different than what I've covered. But in regard to some of the discussion we've just had about price signals and the such, you know, I do feel that the act of imposing a stage rate is what will have the effect on customer use, more so than the fact that it's 78 cents per unit of water. I don't think the extra 78 cents will drive much in the way of conservation, but I think the customer understanding that it's serious enough that we have to impose a stage rate, I think will have an effect on their understanding of the seriousness of the drought.
Yeah, and then in terms of the additional material to present, I agree with Mr. Wunderlich. I believe Mr. Gower and Mr. Ohm can step through very quickly. Just to set that up, it's very much, I believe, responsive to the board's prior direction with regard to these topics. I don't believe that there will be a significant additional information provided beyond what the board has seen, although we feel it's important to present at least the larger picture so that the public and folks in attendance can see the overall picture. But we can go through that quickly and certainly be available for questions.
So with that, I think I would turn it over to Sanjay for his presentation, and I think he's heard the interest to step through it quickly.
Yes, I've heard that very loud and clear. Good evening, President, board members, staff, and public. I assume everyone can hear me loud and clear. And I'm going to share my screen right here. And I will be as expedient as possible. So today we're going to be talking about the cost of service rate and shortage emergency rates. And you can see the screen, right? Give me a thumb up. Yep. Thank you very much. So the agenda today is to talk about the update of the cost of service, proposed rates, stage rates. So cost of service is an exercise we do where we look at your business model of running your system, look at the cost of your customers, how they use the system, and match them together. And we do that by developing these buckets of your supply cost, conservation base, extra capacity. That's the additional cost needed for the summertime, meter maintenance, and customer service. And we go through a detailed exercise where we look at how much revenue we want to collect. And we ask ourselves, what are the cost components associated with these? Once we've done that, the next step is we say, well, how much of it should be on the fixed? How much should be on the volume? Once we know that, then we can start allocating that to the different meter sizes and to the commodity rate. Based on that information, then we can start building up the different rates. We can build up the commodity rates. We can look at the supply cost, the delivery cost, the extra capacity, conservation program. Based on direction that we got from the board would like to enhance revenue stability, which makes sense given the drought, while at the same time maintaining affordability. We're doing that overall, both with revenue adjustments and the cost of service, by increasing the fixed charge by 6% and the revenue and the commodity revenue staying the same. And that's just a definition. Fixed revenue is defined as both the meter and private. By doing that 6% overall increase on the fixed charge, that's an overall 2% increase in revenue. This methodology of policy direction, updating the cost of service is consistent with industry standards, just to make sure that's clear and loud. So service charge, we go through this methodology where we look at the meter size, the capacity of the meter. If there's any questions, I'm going to go through this really quickly, the slide, but if people are dying to know more detail, I'm here to answer those questions, where we look at the meter equivalency, customer service, so issuing a bill, the same for everyone. That's this column right over here. Meter maintenance, we add them all up together as the capacity, we get the bi-monthly charge. This is without any revenue adjustments. We do the same exercise on the commodity, where we look at those supply costs, taking the course all the different supply sources that you have. The delivery, again, the peaking costs that you have both with max day, max hour. You do have some property tax. We take that into account for the inside. The outside customers don't pay for that. They don't contribute to that, so they don't get it. And then we have the updated costs. Fire lines is also updated. As talked about in the past, we're looking at a 4-hour fire at 4,250 gallons per minute. We take into account the cost of fire and then divide that between public and private based on number of hydrants. And then we allocate that cost. And so we look at the equivalent capacity of fire lines. These people have fire lines, not fire meters, slightly different. So the capacity is a little bit more instantaneous, makes sense, because of a fire, you want to make sure you can get rid of that fire quickly. Customer service is still there because they get a bill, and then the meter detection there, and we add those up together. And that's one of the major change from this and the prior studies, that the fires have been updated. So based on that information, again, with no revenue adjustments, the fixed charge goes up, as you see, $1.7 million. Private fire, because we've updated the methodology to more industry standards, that slightly goes down. Volumetric slightly goes down. Overall net effect is the same amount of revenue. So now we're talking about the proposed rates. As mentioned, we would do a 2% across the board. That 2% increase and basically keeps the commodity the same, but increases the fixed charge slightly. So the fixed charge is here. These are is the difference in this Prop 218 notice if the board authorizes us to move forward, where we would have these charges here. And then the commodity is basically the same for the inside. Outside is slightly different, as you can see. So what does that mean? And then we also have the private fire lines that will go up by 2% too, based on the proposed. So what does that mean to your customers? So for all the 3/4 inch meter customers, it's basically the cost of the increase in the meter charge. So the meter is going up by $2.33. So as you can see, based on, regardless of your use, it's going up by $2.33. We believe that still maintains affordability for customers. It's a modest increase, and it enhances revenue stability. Commercial, most commercial accounts have a 2-inch meter. So they see a slightly or higher increase, $31.96, again, regardless of consumption. So that's the cost of service. That's what we would like to move forward with. Stage rates, we've talked about this quite a bit. I'm going to skip this slide. We have talked about this extensively. The concept here is to have stages, to have these different stages. Note we have a 2A, 2B to be flexible given the situation we're in. The board has declared 2A. And we take into account the reduction in cost associated with water supply. So based on that information, we do have the unit costs here of the different stages. We add that to the proposed, and we have that information. One of the things that we like to understand is what this means to our customers. So scenario 1 is the current bill, $130.15 bi-monthly. Then we say, well, we now update it based on the cost of service. As I mentioned, it goes up by $2 some change. So $132.48 now. So now we're in this drought, and this one is a stage 3 drought. I mean, stage 2A, excuse me, scenario 3, sorry about that. Now it's $150, but this person has not cut back. So if someone does cut back, it's $136. So as you can see, roughly, if you look at scenario 4, scenario 2, that's what to look at. Roughly the same. It is slightly higher, but it is roughly the same. So what we would like to do today is reach the authorization from the board of directors to proceed with this study, to send out the Prop 218 notice and conduct the public hearing. And that's the end of my presentation.
President Akbar, if I may, I have a question for Mr.
Oh,
Gross.
absolutely. Yes.
Sanjay, can you turn to your slide, page 19?
Yes, I can. Let me re-show. Okay.
Huh, that's different than mine. I have one that is page 19 and 20 in the slide deck that I was reading from the packet. It actually compared the cost of service to proposed commodity rate and proposed meter service charge, 2% revenue adjustment.
This one?
Huh. Let's see. You have a slide that basically compared the cost of service versus the proposed rate. Yep, that's it. So this is where I get a little bit confused. And I think it's the same thing. Actually, it's the same slide, right? This one for, can you move to the previous slide? So here's the question. It looks like we are charging our proposed rate is higher than the cost of service rate that you calculated? Or are we just saying, even though it's a little bit higher, is within the noise?
I just want to make sure, which are you talking about, the commodity or the meter charge?
Let's go to meter charge. Actually, both slides has the same, raise the same question for me.
Yeah. So what we do, so the cost of service is basically the realignment of the cost structure.
Right.
And really what we're doing is we're updating how much we collect from the peaking. So there is some policy the board has, and where should peaking be captured? Should it be captured on the meter? Should be captured on the commodity? If you were doing tiers, it could be on the tiers. So what the direction we got is to increase the fixed charge. We move some of the peaking onto the cost of service. Then based on the revenue adjustment, which is 2%, we've increased all the charges by 2% of the cost of service.
Yeah, I think if I could add in here, I think a part of the question stems from the jargon we use in the industry.
Okay.
Because the cost of service should really be called a cost allocation study, not a cost of service study.
Okay.
And so the proposed charges reflect the 2% revenue adjustment so that we achieve the revenue we need to operate the system. But within the industry, the term cost of service really talks about how you allocate costs, not how much money you need overall to operate the system.
Okay. So that's what confused me, because I was wondering if you only require $57.78 to recover your costs, why are we charging $58?
Yeah,
okay.
and one of the things that's very unique for us is that we treat all of our customers as one big customer class, and every customer pays the same commodity rate. And so a big step that many other agencies deal with in a cost of service study is allocating costs to each customer class, like residential and commercial, and then developing actually different rates for those different classes. And so that's where kind of a lot of the cost of service and allocations comes in, but that's a step that we don't take because we, as you are as is totally appropriate, we do treat all of our customers as one big class.
Okay, so I would suggest for future presentation, a little bit more clarification or footnote, because what stood out really glaring to me is if it only cost you $57, why are you charging me $58, right? So that's just a suggestion because I feel for it. Thank you.
Are there any other, excuse me, are there any other questions or comments from the board on the cost of service study? If not, let me check if there's any questions or comments from members of the public. Ken Nishimura.
Thank you, President Akbari. The impact of placing the entirety of the requisite revenue increase on the fixed charges results in a disproportionate impact for the smaller, more efficient customer, reference figure 6-1, which shows that the most efficient user would be hit with a 2.8% increase, which is higher than the 2% stated increase, while the profligate user would be hit with only a 0.8% increase. In the end, the smaller, more efficient customer is subsidizing the larger wasteful user. This is what is meant by penalizing those who have conserved. Finally, leaving, I'm sorry, allocating all the revenue increase to the fixed charge sends the wrong message with respect to conservation. As we just discussed in the previous segment, there is a price signal, and I think the staff is very much on board with that with respect to when rates are increased. This is just what we discussed minutes ago. Not increasing the consumption charge while allocating all of it to the fixed charge fails to deliver that signal. This board is inconsistent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nishimura. Mr. Chatterjee.
Thank you. I totally agree with my previous speaker. Looks like you are going to be sending a very strong negative message that bigger you are, better off you are in the present proposal. It just does not seem fair. 2.8% is it's not right solution when you make a general statement that it's about 2%. No, my rates are going to go up close to 3%. That's almost like a 50% increase in the rate. I'd leave it at that. I know that you have got a revenue thing in your discussion, and that's important. But me as a conscientious consumer, I expect you as my board members to look at what's good for your clients. After all, you are here to support me by sending a proper signal that I'm doing the right thing. Thank you.
So President Akbari, I'm just going to say that I am going to reserve my comment. I actually have very similar comment to our speakers, but I'm going to reserve my comment till the very end when we start discussing the motions.
Okay. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a comment at this time? If not, I will turn it back over to staff.
All right. I will now turn it over to Mr. Alm, our financial analysis supervisor. He will quickly move us through the financial planning metrics based on this evening's recommendation, as well as some of the miscellaneous fees and charges that are proposed to be updated. And then the conclusion of his presentation is the staff recommendation and the appropriate time to stop and make and discuss any motions or board action. All right,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Brown,
Mr.
take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Wonderlich. Can you all see my screen? Perfect. Thank you again. Good evening, members of the board, members of the public, and staff. I'm Sidney Aum. I'm the financial analysis supervisor. So I will be very brief in my presentation and review the workshop's timeline, the financial plan review, and go over the miscellaneous rates and charges, FCC and conservation rebates. So here are the timeline. The board conducted 5 public financial workshops in 2021. 2 in May focused on the budget, and the August, September, October workshops focused on the rates. Tonight, this evening, the board potentially could set a public hearing for February 10, 2022 for the proposed water rates. So this is an update to the financial planning model. The cost of service study you heard earlier reflects the updated financial planning model with the current assumption. I'll quickly go through them. We updated the financial planning model for fiscal year 21-22 actual results, updated the bill demand projections and the water purchase costs. The plan included the additional discretionary payments for pension and OPEB per board direction, included $19.5 million in state revolving fund loan for the AMI project, added estimated funding $15 million for PFAS treatment. We updated the dedicated fire service line rates, as you heard earlier, and included the water rates adjustment for effective March 1, 2022, and it assumed a 3% uniform rate increase going forward. This met 2 metrics. The first metric you've seen earlier, Mr. Wonderlich showed that earlier. What this shows is that the district is spending down the reserves over the next several years, and the general fund ending balance is estimated to fall to $4.1 million below the reserve target in fiscal year 26-27. The bottom chart shows the projected bill water demands going forward. These projections are not updated for drought conservation. Staff plans to present the impact of the drought during the mid-cycle budget in the spring. These 2 charts, the top chart here shows the water debt coverage ratios. As you see here, the district continues to maintain strong debt coverage ratios. District's credit ratings are excellent, AAA rated by S&P, AA1 by Moody's. The bottom metric there shows the district capital improvement program, includes the actuals and planned expenditures over the planning horizon. As indicated, and include estimated PFAS treatment costs. These 2 metrics look at the operating revenues versus operating expenses, rate and charge revenue versus revenue requirement. What these metrics show is that the district rely on other revenue sources to fund its operation as well as meet its revenue requirement. Those revenues come from property tax revenue, interest income, and grants and reimbursement. This pie chart illustrates the percentage breakdown of the general fund labor costs by cost center, including capital projects. This shows the projected budget for fiscal year 22-23 of $157 million, of which labor is 35% of the total. This pie chart shows the proposed rate increase, where the proposed rate increase would go to. The proposed rate increase would generate approximately $2.3 million, would be allocated to the following categories: 39% of the total goes towards labor and benefits costs. This chart is similar. It's showing where the $2.3 million in additional revenues allocated to different cost center with the labor components for each of the cost center. So earlier this year, staff completed an update to the survey on the average water bill among 30 water providers in the region. As the result, since the board did not increase rate in 2021, ACWD is currently number 5 on the list of most affordable. With the proposed rate increase, the bi-monthly bill would go from $130.50 to $132.48. That's an increase of $2.33 per billing for an average household. I'll quickly go over the miscellaneous rates and charges. What you see here are the proposed changes. They're very minor and they reflect the price, labor costs and material changes. Against the changes are very minor. Those are not shown here, are not proposed changes. This is looking at the proposed facility connection charges. In February 2019, the board approved the update to the FCC with a 5-year phase-in of the equity buy-in components added. The 4th year of the phase-in is scheduled to go into effect May 1, 2022, with an inflationary increase of 6.617% based on the ENR-CCI in the Bay Area. The inflationary adjustment were authorized by the board back in 2019. And the district's annual developer letter will include notice of the updated FCC as shown here on the slide. There's a small update in our water conservation rebate program. Staff is considering transitioning the administration of the water efficient landscape rebate program to BOSCA. The rebate amount and budget are not changing. It's just the process of administrating the program. BOSCA administer a regional program for several of the agencies, and staff is proposing that the district participate in that program. As for staff recommendation, Mr. Wonderlich stated earlier, staff recommendations are 2 staff recommendations. One set February 10, 2022 at 6 p.m. as the date and time for a public hearing for consideration of the proposed revisions to the district water-related rates and charges. And 2, authorize staff to mail notifications to all property owners in the district, customers who are directly responsible for paying the water bill, and all other mailing addresses in the district of the proposed revisions to water-related rates and charges and public hearing details. First next step, I'll quickly go through this. If approved by the board, December 27 would be the deadline to mail Prop 218 notices, and staff would begin with public engagement outreach soon. January 20th would be the community meeting. It would be held virtually. February 10, 2022, shall the board choose to set that as a public hearing date. If approved, the effective date for the water rates is March 1, 2022, and the effective date for development-related fees and charges is May 1, 2022. And that concludes my presentation. Sorry to be brief. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I'd like to speak up first. Thank you for Mr. Gore and Mr. OM. Excellent presentations as usual. I do support the staff recommendations that are being made here. I'd like to go back to your lawn be gone slide for a minute to make a comment. Slide 17. So on that issue of our rebate program, as most of you are aware, for the last during the entire time I've been on the board, I have objected to the taxation of water rebates, water conservation rebates, which are taxed as taxable income. And all of our customers across the state of California have to file an IRS Form 9 whenever they receive any form of rebate from a water utility. Finally, our two state U.S. senators and two state Congress people introduced a line item into the Build Better Back Act, which was passed by the House. The provision is still in there with the Senate. And I guess I say we, I mean CSDA, Aqua, we're anticipating that that is going to stay in the bill. And so for the first time, water conservation rebates will be exempt from being charged as taxable income. I think that would be a real healthy thing for all Californians. Again, I support the staff recommendations here.
I guess I'll go next. This is not the first time we've seen this. And this is a 1-year Prop 218 notice. It's not perfect. I may not feel the same way going into the future. However, for this evening, I support this. We've put incredible amounts of time in this. The staff has put an incredible amount of time in this. I have supported it in the past. I will continue now to support it this evening. Once again, it's a 1-year Prop 218. We'll be talking about this again very shortly. My position could very well change. But that said, this evening, it is what it is, and that is I'm going to be supporting the staff recommendation. And I'm going to keep it short because this is, I haven't been keeping track of how many times we've discussed this yet, but it's been several. So with that, I support the staff recommendation tonight. And I also think it's important we press ahead, and the staff has done an incredible amount of work with this. And sadly, well, I shouldn't say sadly, we'll be doing a lot more. And I expect they will do just as well as they have in the past. But for tonight, I support the staff recommendation.
Would it be possible could you readily get the chart that showed reserves? There were gold bars that showed a drop off, and about 6-7 years out, we were going to be hitting our reserve levels would drop below our target. If that's available, that'd be fine.
I'll share my screen.
Okay, well, any of these really work on charts. And there was another one that showed actually reserves, but not necessarily fixed revenue. We point out in these charts, and this is a good example, there's something called a planner's droop. This same chart will be shown to us next year. The dates will change. But for the last 10, 15 years since we've had this mechanism, we've had this type of a chart, and it shows 5 to 6 years out. We run out of the, we run into a challenge. But every year we find some more money. So the shape of the chart remains the same. And we see that.
Mr. Chatterjee, you're not on mute.
Okay, Ashok, you're on now. You're muted.
Thank you.
So that's one element. Second, I've complained about our rate structures. I think we had a stabilized rate structure which matched variable cost, variable income, and fixed cost of fixed income. We could easily do a 5-year 218. 1 year 218 is appropriate. For the last several years, we did very well. We sold extra water and we're leveraged up. We put $50 million over budget in the bank each year for several years running. We were looking at buying a piece of property, we could have written a check. Not to worry, we found other ways to spend the money. Now we have a deficit. So going through these whipsaws of $50 million a year surplus to a deficit this coming year of 13 million anticipated with a 15% reduction is a testimony to how screwed up our rates are. I will probably go along. I think we need money to operate the district, and I've always supported that. But what we're doing is a terrible disservice to the community and to the district, and not changing it. And we hear arguments of which are based on this dysfunctional rate structure of trying to make changes and what the implications are to one user or another. Realize we're not operating on a sound rate structure. Thank you.
I guess I'll go next. So I think this is not going to come as a surprise to staff and fellow directors that I have problem with this rate proposal. My objection, as is clear from past workshops on the subject, is not the 2% overall increase. My objection is how this 2% increase is allocated. Basically, instead of applying 2% across the board, we are ending up with a 6% service charge increase. That is just wrong. We spend a lot of time, and directors talked earlier about sending a price signal to conserve water. By piling all the rate increase on the fixed charge, what we're saying is, the signal we're saying is this: no matter how much you conserve, you have to pay the 6% fixed cost increase. That is also unfair. If you look at the charts, small water users, small homeowners who use less water will bear the larger percentage of increases in their bill. There is just something wrong with that. And then let's talk affordability, right? Low income, fixed income customers have no alternative but to pay the 6% fixed cost increase. They can even say, we'll try to conserve and go above and beyond to lower our bill. I know there's a lot of discussion about we have help on tap and that will help, but just keep in mind, not all our low and fixed income families meet the help on tap eligibility, right? And even if they meet the eligibility, our help on tap program is a fixed amount reimbursement. Any increase on top of that, they still have to pay. So this is an increased burden on our fixed income customers, even if they're eligible for help on tap. This allocation is just wrong. I would have supported 2% fixed cost and 2% commodity increase, but I'm just not going to go for this. This is just inherently unfair to our water efficient customers, usage customers, to our fixed low income customers. And we're totally sending the wrong signal in a time of drought, saying, that's okay. It doesn't matter how much you conserve water. You have to pay this rate increase.
Okay. If I could quickly add, to give the comparison, allow those who are observing the meeting a comparison, my proposal would have been to cut the commodity cost in half and double the surcharge. Then you actually have something that matches your cost of operations. We don't have that now. And all this from jumping back and forth, you're down a rabbit hole. And you're not going to come up with rational discussions.
Appreciate all the comments and questions that we've gotten so far. I'm also supportive of staff's recommendation tonight. Rate increases, of course, are a difficult discussion, but kind of, given what was presented tonight and over all of our discussions around rates, I think this reflects where the board consensus is, at least at the moment. One thing I would point out, there are a lot of investments that we're making in our system for the benefit of all of our customers. And those are benefits that you're going to receive regardless of whether or not you're using water. And so, we want to make sure that we are properly recovering the cost of those investments across the board. But of course, we have heard from customers who are concerned with that, and there's no easy solution for us to address all of the concerns that we've heard. But I'll keep my comments there. I think we've heard from all of the directors, and I think we have pretty clear direction. I think we have at least 4 directors, it sounds like, who are in favor of staff's recommendation. So I believe we will still need a motion on this item. Pull up the
President Akbari, I will make the motion to approve the staff recommendations in their entirety on item 5.10.
I would second the same.
Before we start voting, can I just ask, do we want to open the opportunity for our public to make comments?
Yeah. My apologies. I should have done that. Thank you, Director Huang. I do want to open up the opportunity for members of the public to chime in. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a comment or ask a question? Mr. Chatterjee.
Thank you. Yeah, the comments are meaningless. I mean, you have made up your minds. Small users, conscientious users, fixed income people, they are going to shoulder unusually high burden. And I'm not going to sell my house and move out just because of this. But this is one more nail in the coffin that makes life more difficult living where I live. I love living within the Alameda County area, but I'm not discounting the hard work put in by the staff, but I guess the board is here to think strategically, not only to conserve the funding levels, the reserve levels, but also about the customers. But the customers looks like come last. I'll conclude that. Thank you.
Really appreciate your participation, Mr. Chatterjee. Of course, this is a difficult decision for the board to come to. One thing I would remind members of the public tonight, if we do adopt the staff's recommendation, it doesn't actually implement those rates that we are discussing tonight. All it does is set those maximums that those rates could be increased, but it also sets the next meeting for February 10th, where those rates would be voted on for final adoption by the board. So there are still opportunities for public to opine and for members of the board to receive those comments and questions from the public.
President Akbari, I'd just like to make a final comment. I appreciate hearing from customers like Mr. Chatterjee, and I would hope that he would appreciate the fact that we have gone through multiple workshops and community meetings where we have taken input from people, and part of the responsibility of a board member is to really walk a tightrope. It's a balancing act between meeting all of these different needs at the same time. And we did not raise rates last year at all. come up with the current scheme that we may adopt here shortly. But there's a lot of thought that goes into it, and you can't believe the hours of conversation that I think each one of us as board members has with members of our community and staff to really take in, consume, analyze, and come to some conclusions as to how we need to move forward. And I would also point out at the same time that, as staff has shown, and this is repeatedly every year, the residents that are served by ACWD and our commercial, industrial, institutional customers as well, are paying among the lowest water rates in the entire Bay Area. And if you go outside of the Bay Area to Southern California, we're, on a statewide comparison, we're near the bottom. So I think we're running a responsible agency conservatively, and I would argue, have really affordable water rates compared to the rest of the Bay Area. I'll leave it at that. And we also have a very generous Help on Tap program. I don't know if you qualify for that, but for our low-income residents in the community, that pretty much covers the fixed charge of the water bill.
Thank you, Director Sethi. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a comment or ask a question?
Yeah, I do.
Yes, Brian Hardy.
How much time do we have left before the meeting ends? It's been going on for 4 hours.
So, Mr. Hardy, you're welcome if you wish at any point to exit the meeting. These meetings, they go on as long as we have public who wish to participate and opine, and we have directors who wish to
I
opine.
see.
We do have a few more items for tonight, but of course you're welcome to exit if you wish to. But thank you for sticking on with us.
We're always lucky if we get out by midnight.
No.
We'll try not to go till midnight tonight.
Right.
Hearing no other comments from members of the public, I'll bring it back to the board to see if we have a motion on the table.
I did make a motion.
My apologies. Yes, we have a motion and a second. So we'll move to roll call. Thank you.
Directors Weed,
No. And because the comment, we need to think strategically and make some changes. This is a 1-year element. We have enough in our reserves to cover the 1 year. And hopefully we'll take them. And the surcharges are being put in permanently. So as structured, and that's a sign of failure of a rate structure. Thank you.
Director Gunther,
Aye.
Huang,
No.
Sethi,
Aye.
and Akbari.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. That concludes item 510. We'll move on to item 6.1, board committee reports. Are there any questions or comments from directors or members of the public on any of our board committee reports? If not, we'll move on to item 6.2, operational reports. And again, are there any questions or comments from members of the public or directors on 6.2? Mr. Ken Nishimura.
Yes, once again, I would like to commend the district on their efforts to reduce the hardness in the distribution system. I noticed it is even more improved from October to November. I think you're now well under the 150 target. So congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Any other questions or comments on any items under 6.2? If not, we'll move on to item 6.3.1, state legislation year-end report by JGC Consulting, and I'll turn it to Mr. Stevenson for this item.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll first just double check that our Mr. Clay and Ms. Gilbert are awake and ready to join us. Thanks, guys. Just
Still here.
very great.
We're awake.
Appreciate your stamina. Congratulations. Just real quickly, 2021 obviously has been a very, very busy year in the state legislature, and there have been a number of bills and items that the district has been following, and JGC Consulting has been doing a great job of keeping us informed, keeping the LICA committee informed on a monthly basis. But this is customarily our opportunity for them to come present to the full board and answer any questions that you may have. So with that, I'll just turn it right over to Jonathan Clay.
Great, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Given the time, I will breeze through this quickly and then leave more time for questions if there are. I'll start with legislation. I think it's interesting sitting through and listening to the discussions tonight about Prop 218 and rates. One of the bills that the district had engaged on in this last year was SB 323, which was sponsored by the California Association of Water Agencies, dealing with validations of rates and the statute of limitations. That bill was signed by the governor and will be taking effect on January 1st. Another bill that the district supported or watched very closely was AB 361. This is the bill that continues the authority during the pandemic to allow for these types of remote meetings and participation by the public in that remote process. And so I think those are two pieces of legislation that were of keen interest to the district. Another bill I'll just continue to highlight, because this will kind of lead into kind of a discussion on what I think the water year ahead will be. But Assemblymember Friedman has AB 1434, which was a bill that she introduced this past January. It's what we effectively call a two-year bill. It moved through the process and then got parked. But I bring this bill up because that was an attempt by Assemblymember Friedman to look at lowering the amount of, right now there's a statute in place dictating what efficient water use is for indoor water use. And her bill would have tried to lower those numbers. It's ironic now that that a recent report released by Department of Water Resources and State Water Resources Control Board are actually advocating, I think, for even lower numbers than what she had originally put into her bill. And just briefly, their DWR is calling for 47 gallons per person per day as a target in 2025, and having that drop as low as 42 gallons per person per day by 2030. That kind of leads to the water year ahead. Again, part of the discussion earlier is the severity of this drought. And I think there's going to be a lot of interesting things that come about. I don't think I can fully read the crystal ball of what legislation is going to be out there, but I think water rights will be one of them. I think there will be water agencies that will wish to engage with the State Water Resources Control Board and their authority on mandatory reductions, especially as it relates to pre-1914 water rights, which is a big impact on the San Francisco water system. I think there will also be fallout from an allocation of zero on the State Water Project. As you all know, this is the first time that they've done it this early. And I think with the comments by the director Nemeth about if the conditions hold up as they are now, you'll most likely be looking at mandatory restrictions, which go back again to the last drought under Governor Brown. I'll kind of skip over because Director Sethi already kind of talked about what was going on at the federal level related to treating water rebates and not having those be taxable. I have heard that apparently the Treasury is also going to make a decision and also say that when folks that receive rental or rate assistance on their water rates from the federal stimulus, those revenues will also likely not be treated as a taxable event. Another thing that's of interest to the district, I'm sure, is there's a water bond out on gathering signatures now. this is not being pushed forward by the legislature, but by outside interests. And that bond is interesting in effect because it basically will make a call upon the state's general fund of a certain percentage for a number of years until a certain amount of new water is developed in the state of California. So I think there's going to be a lot going on in the water sphere, and I think it'll just be a very dynamic year for us. And real quick, and then before I hand it over to Aaron, we're in another budget surplus again, and the governor will release his budget in early January. But the legislative analyst has already said they project a $31 billion surplus for this upcoming budget year. The Senate and the Assembly have released their, I'm calling them vision documents for the year ahead. And both houses are saying that they're projecting a budget surplus somewhere in the $49 to $50 billion range. So it'll be very interesting to see how the legislature deals with yet another budget surplus year and how they decide to allocate that. The thing I will note is because of COVID and the likely lack of meeting space in the Capitol because of COVID restrictions, you'll see the budget process start in February, get fast tracked, end in February, and then it'll kind of go dark like it did this year until the governor does his May revise. I think with that, I'll kick it over to Aaron to talk about some of the high level stuff going at the Capitol, but I think we'll end it there and go for questions. So Aaron.
Yeah, I just want to hit on a few things that we're referring to as Capitol drama right now. The legislature has recently moved out of the Capitol and into a space that's being referred to as the swing space. The new part of the Capitol is being torn down and rebuilt for ADA standards and that type of a thing. The estimated return back to the Capitol is going to be 2025. I mean, I think we're all anticipating it will be a little bit later than that. But the move is not going well. As of right now, all offices only have a private office for the member and a private office for the chief of staff. And so the rest of their staff is in cubicles. So there's really no privacy for meetings to be had. And there is limited meeting rooms, like a conference room type of style. There's only 12 of these meeting rooms in the new swing space for all 80 assembly members and 40 senators to share. So there's already a bit of bickering going on. And logistically, this is actually a real nightmare for lobbyists and Capitol staff and legislators. So one block is the swing space. The next block over is the legislative office building where committee staff is housed. And then there's the Capitol, which is where floor sessions will continue to be held. But there's nothing connecting those three spaces. So every time we're going to have to go out of the building, go through security, go back into a building, all through security. And so with committees being held in both the swing space and in the Capitol, it's just going to be logistically a nightmare on getting through those three spaces on those three blocks. And certainly something that none of us have ever had to do in Sacramento before. The other thing in the new swing space is that you have to have an appointment to go upstairs into any of the members' offices. And so for lobbyists, that's going to really limit our kind of, stopping in and meeting with staff for 5 minutes, following up with somebody, that type of thing. And we anticipate that these restrictions will likely remain in place through at least this COVID environment. And more likely, we're anticipating seeing some vaccine mandate legislation, and certainly while that legislation is going through. The other topic in Sacramento right now is redistricting. On Monday night, the Assembly draft final is what they're referring them as. On Monday night, those were released, and there are multiple members that are living in the same districts. So one district in LA currently has 3 assembly members all housed within the same district. So there's 9 or 10 districts that have this problem. Apparently there's about 14 assembly districts that don't have any member living in them. So we expect to see members certainly selling homes and buying new homes and moving into districts. The Senate final draft maps have not been released yet. So this is going to be a very strange dynamic in Sacramento when the legislature returns in January, where members are going to be having to make the decision to run again, not run again, run against their friend that is now in the same district as them, all with a June primary in sight. So there's a lot of shifting around going on, and the uncertainty certainly makes for an interesting political environment. There's just a lot of chaos going on. We're already seeing this impact the speaker. He's lost a lot of friends already. There's, I think, about 7 members that are either going to be resigning, running for other, Congress. Assemblymember Chu got an appointment. And so we're already seeing members kind of bow out. We just heard today Assemblymember Quirk will be finishing his term and not rerunning for his final term. So there's a lot going on in Sacramento, and we will certainly keep LICA posted every month when we meet with them.
And that concludes our report. So we'll attempt to answer questions.
Thank you both. Let me open it up first to the board to see if there's any questions or comments.
I would just like to make a quick comment. Both Jonathan and Aaron on a monthly basis report to the LICA committee. And I want to thank them for all of their good service and the detailed reports that they provide. There's a lot more work than you see here encapsulated at the end of the year report. But throughout the year, you've done a very good job of supporting the district.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Sethi.
From the other member of the LICA committee, I completely agree with Director Sethi's comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. It doesn't seem like we have any other questions or comments from the board. So let me just quickly see if there's any questions or comments from members of the public. If not, Jonathan, Aaron, really appreciate you guys hanging around tonight and for all the work that you do for the district. And we'll let you guys get some rest.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Appreciate
it very much, guys.
You know what happens, Aaron and Jonathan, when there's musical chairs going on like we have right now in the legislature, all the power to the lobbyists.
Yeah, except they're all locked out of the building. We're all locked out of the building though, so I'm not sure who's got what, who's got the keys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Good night.
All right, so that concludes item 6.3.1. With that, we move on to item 6.4, starting with 6.4.1, update on the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think we have a few more items under GM reports. So I'll hand it over to our GM.
That's right, President Akbari. We can keep these very brief, starting off with a quick report on COVID. The good news is not a lot has changed, so there's not a lot to report on. We have still about little over 81% of our employees vaccinated. We did have a vaccination clinic on December 2nd. We had 105 people participate in that and receive vaccinations, including one employee who received a first vaccination. So it's overall good. And with that, I'll stop that brief and then turn it over to our Director of Finance, John Wunderlich, for a report on an award that we are being presented.
Mr. Stevenson, can I just ask a quick question on that item? Are we still tracking COVID-19 positive test cases amongst our employees? And if so, how is that looking right now?
We are.
Given the new variant and everything.
Yes, we are. We're not getting specific data on which variant and so forth via the testing that we're doing, but we are tracking positive test cases. We're at a total of 28 currently. Since the beginning of the pandemic, 11 of those have been since July, mostly attributed theoretically to the Delta variant. But we've not had any significant increase in numbers or anything like that recently.
Okay, thank you very much.
So now, if there are no further questions, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Wunderlich.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. So I'm pleased to be able to inform the board and the public this evening that the Alameda County Water District has received the Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for our most recently adopted budget. The award represents a significant achievement by the district. It reflects our commitment, or it reflects the commitment of the governing body and staff to meeting the highest principles of governmental budgeting. In order to receive the budget award, the district had to satisfy nationally recognized guidelines for effective budget presentation. These guidelines are designed to assess how well a budget serves as a policy document, a financial plan, an operations guide, and a communications device, which is an awful lot to pack into one document. And so I'd particularly like to recognize Sydney Aum and Martin Coran, who with the support of staff throughout the district led the effort to develop our enhanced budget document. I'd also like to thank the board for their interest in, kind of revolutionizing our budget document and your support through the process as well. And so it's really, outstanding to receive this recognition. And I think, kind of demonstrates that the effort we did put into our updated budget document does put it in a good place to be a more useful tool to the community.
Thank you, Mr. Wunderlich. If there are any questions, we'll be happy to address those. I am very thankful for the work that our staff has done. I think one thing that we all learn in the CSDA sessions and conferences and training and so forth is that the budget document is really the way you communicate to your customers in terms of priorities and activities, how their money is being spent and so forth. And I think the document we've prepared this cycle is really an example of how to do it right. So I'm very, very much appreciative of the work that our staff has done throughout the district, who all contributed to the document.
Mr. Wunderlich, all my compliments to you and the entire finance team in preparing this. And I say this in good humor here. I think that you need to sit down with our board and teach us how to use this budget document now.
I've got hard copies for everybody to hand out when we start coming back to in-person meetings, so that might make it a little easier.
We all need to learn how to read it and work with it.
Okay, I have, if there are no further questions or discussion about that item, I just wanted to give the board a quick heads up that Ms. Heides and I are planning to make a presentation to the Union City Council on January 25th. This will be about the drought, and there may be a quick note about rates in there as well. So we're still working through the details with city staff at this point, but just wanted to give that early heads up. We can provide additional information as we get closer if there's interest. Any questions about that topic? Okay, moving forward with regard to continuing our board meetings virtually. As I had hinted last month, I expect that we're probably not going to be in a position to return to in-person board meetings in January. And so this means that we have to follow the established rules related to continuing virtual public meetings. And so as I indicated in an earlier email communication to the board, staff is preparing for a special board meeting next week to address a single item, and that is reaffirming the board's prior resolution making findings pursuant to Assembly Bill 361 that the proclaimed state of emergency continues to impact the ability to meet safely in person. So this will be a virtual meeting, and we will need a quorum of the board to be present. So I ask that you please see my email and respond, letting us know whether or not, if you would have a problem being available. Any questions about that? Okay. Finally, as may be evidenced by the prior item, it could probably use a couple of days of a break. And so I am planning to take a few days off, starting on Saturday, the 18th through Wednesday, the 22nd. And our acting general manager at that time will be our director of operations and maintenance, Mr. Kurt Arenz. And again, I'll send out further information as we get a little bit closer. And that completes our general manager's reports this evening.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Stevenson.
And I figured you were going to take like Saturday and Sunday off.
All right. Moving along, we will move on to item 7.1, reports from all 5 directors on November 30th to December 3rd, 2021 2021 Association of California Water Agencies Fall Conference. Who would like to kick us off here?
I guess I can start. I am, due to time restriction, I'm just going to do a couple highlights. I think we all recognize there were a lot of discussion, both during the formal sessions and offline discussions among the different directors from different districts, that drought is definitely forefront out there, and that the normal definitely, what we define as normal definitely has changed, and each agency need to learn how to adapt. And the second highlight is that I think there are a lot of opportunity out there, because all the attention's on the drought, that there are funding opportunities for us in terms of drought relief. And there are also the new infrastructure fundings that potentially we could get assistance to. One of the projects we talked about was perhaps South Bay Aqueduct. Right, it definitely needs work, and I think there's opportunity out there. And that would lead me to the highlight number 3, which is the meeting we had with the South Bay Aqueduct contractors. It was actually nice to get together to talk about common goals and how we could cooperate to work on projects that will benefit all 3 districts, which would be Santa Clara, Valley Water, Zone 7, and us. Let's see, I also attended a session on cybersecurity. I guess I never thought one day I would be sitting in a water district meeting talk about cybersecurity, but obviously it has been an issue. And there are things we can work on. There are examples offered at the meeting, such as develop a cybersecurity aware culture. So I think there are things we could implement and see ways to beef up our cybersecurity to make sure that we are, I wouldn't say 100% protected, but less vulnerable to cyber attacks to our systems. And lastly is definitely something that Jonathan talked about earlier. The state is working on new water efficiency standards, and they're working on a water budget approach. And from what we heard, from what's discussed, you'll be implemented in 3 phases. And what's concerning is that, yeah, there's a proposal out there by 2030, the per capita, what's defined as water efficient per capita per person per day will be 42 gallons. That's not a lot of water, and it would be very hard. Well, it'll be a challenge for us to implement, and as based on our discussion with rates and state rates, it would be a very difficult concept for us to convey to our customers, especially when it comes to implementation. How are we going to implement it? Because every time when it's more water efficient, the cost for us to produce a drop of water goes up. So it's a balance that I see a challenge for us in the future. And it probably will also be a challenge for our homeowners who are in older homes with less water efficient standards. We need to figure out how to meet this efficiency standards within our district. So that's all the highlights I have. I will pass it on to other directors.
I could go next, I guess. It was an interesting conference. It was nice to get back with other districts and staff, our own staff for that matter. I want to use the word disjointed for what they did. They did a really good job, but maybe it's because I was away for a few. The moving around and some of the sessions where I'd say, well, plus they didn't even have the Friday. Anyway, interesting speakers. Yes, there appears to be a lot of money floating around. It'd be nice to get our hands on some of that. I fear sometimes that some of that money may be, we might be too rich a district to get it. That if we can message that, perhaps maybe we can, because there are a lot of people in our district that are not rich. There's a perception, I think, that there's a lot of people in our district that are rich. But anyway, that we've talked about that in the past too. Went to Region 5. I found Sarah Palmer did a discussion where she listed out PFAS, microplastics, chromium-6, and it was like, oh, here we are talking about not having enough water, and we're chasing stuff with parts per trillion, and it's getting worse with the water we have. This is going to be fun. I mentioned one on the multi-purposing of, or what do they call it here? It was basically taking fields out of service, following some cases permanently. And it's an interesting session. They had an environmental defense fund person, and she was pretty good. They also had a farmer, and a big farmer, his name's Dietrich Valley. He brought up some very interesting points in that, when you fallow a farm, and if you do it permanently for that matter, what happens to it? It doesn't necessarily become what it was. And you have to be very careful with that. And in some ways, if we look at our own salt ponds, same problem. This concept of taking farms and just taking them out of service. Yeah, okay, now you don't use the water per se, but you really have to do a lot of effort to keep these things from becoming dust bowls or weed farms. So it was interesting to sit in on that and watch it. I did go to cybersecurity as well, and yeah, I think Director Akbari could probably educate a lot of us on that. But I'll tell you, this is the wave. This is what's coming. A little spooky going into a session, and everybody's virtual, except the moderator is virtual, and then she's up front in person. Kind of, I didn't know which was the hologram, but still, it was kind of fun to go to that one and listen. I don't know if I want to use the term fun. I'm afraid to go home now, afraid to go to work. I think I'm just going to go cut off the grid and go hide somewhere and hope for the best, dig a well. It'll probably go dry. So anyway, it's, by the way, the rail industry is doing the same thing. Cybersecurity, big topic for pretty much everybody. And yeah, that one with the farms was quite interesting. It because you've got who makes decisions, what gets taken out, what do you do it based on economics. As with everything that sounds good on the surface, when you get down into the details, it's not easy. And with that, I'll move on to somebody else.
I can jump in. I actually attended two meetings, one the JPIA. JPIA continues to be successful. There will be an opening on their executive board. One of their executive directors, that was from Sutter Creek, was not reelected. The captive insurance company that they have in Utah is showing a 15% profit. So they're pleased with that, and the process continues. Aqua was Aqua Light. I'm told that there was a cap of 999 participants, because to go over that would have had different COVID-19 rules. The presentations were awkward. They attempted to do a parallel conference online, and there were challenges throughout. On specifics, no new news that I can think of. There was a dramatic change in the process. New contaminants, as were just mentioned, coming up with PFAS. And the process continues. On a Federal Affairs Committee, There was pushback about having their annual meeting in Washington, DC this year, and we'll see if that actually comes into fruition. There is a invitation going out for a Water Now Alliance meeting on the 12th and 13th in Philadelphia, and that is 15th of April, and that receives subsidies from the Walton Foundation. So hotel and much of the plane fare is covered for those who might be interested. Thank you for selecting me as president of the board. I would note as one of my first official duties is to note to people that there is a Christmas basket time. I've contributed $100, and if you wish to contribute, please contact Gina. Thank you.
Director Akbari, do you want to go first or last? Me?
Doesn't matter. Why don't you go ahead?
Okay, so I attended virtually, and on Tuesday, I had responsibilities for both the local government committee and the water management committee, but I dedicated most of my time to the local government committee, where my item on putting the service charge on the property tax bill was our first agenda item, and it took up just about half the meeting. So we finally agreed to move forward with a small working group. Myself and Ernie Avila from the Contra Costa Water District Board of Directors, Larry McKinney, who received the Emissary Award for his longtime service to Aqua. He's the general manager of Amador Water Agency and also an expert attorney. I believe he spent quite a few years with Metropolitan. And Pirat Harmon from Scotts Valley Water District. And let's see, we have a couple other people from Santa Margarita. But anyway, we're going to have our first working group session next month, and Julia Hall is organizing everything for us at Aqua. So I can give a little bit more of a report as that working group starts to sift through things. But we're determined to come up with a presentation for all of Aqua at the spring conference. So as Director Weed alluded to, I found most of Tuesday whenever I popped into a session as Aqua Light, I really didn't learn a whole lot. I thought the Energy Committee gave a good report, and our agency is kind of the shining example of how to move forward in trying to create cost savings with all of our energy efficient initiatives. On Thursday, I attended the NASA presentation. The first time NASA has presented at an Aqua session. And I found that presentation absolutely fascinating and just really cool. That there's all of these technologies that NASA is trying to commercialize and make available for the benefit of the California water industry. And I see some very exciting things moving forward in terms of the relationship with NASA, and they're looking forward to meeting with individual water districts. East Bay Mud, I understand the general manager was attending that session, and they are working directly with NASA now on some activities. So I found that very interesting. And lastly, I did attend the cybersecurity session. I try to at every conference I go to now. And I would highly encourage us. I don't want to go into detail here. I gave some feedback to Mr. Stevenson based on the similar presentation at CSDA this fall. And I think there are a number of things like Director Wong and others were talking about where we could help to beef up our efforts in that realm. So I'll leave it at that. And I'm looking forward to how we proceed with the local government committee. Thank you.
So Director Akbari, if I may just jump on that NASA
Yes.
session.
Mhm.
I was in the same session, so I just want to highlight, yeah, along with Director Seth, I agree with him. It's really cool. But what was unique was that NASA actually offered their service for free, that they would match one of their NASA experts and will fund whatever project that the water district and that expert come up with for 3 years. I think if I am reading my notes right. So it's an opportunity. I believe they're partnering with the state, for example, to work on a better snow survey, snowpack survey. So if there are creative things we could think of within the district that we could leverage on this, that would be great because it would be really, really cool. Thank you.
Great. I also had a chance to attend the conference. Unfortunately, I was one of those who signed up a little bit too late, past it must have been 1,000, and so I wasn't able to attend in person. But was able to attend quite a few sessions, federal affairs, most of the breakfast and lunch sessions, and then there was a really interesting panel discussion on Thursday as well. I wasn't able to make it to the cybersecurity or NASA sessions, but now I'm kind of wish I went to those as well. For me, I think one big thing right now is I think I'm just a little bit anxious on Build Back Better. Want to make sure that we get that passed, but a little bit of anxiety on that one. Anyways, I just wanted to not drag this out too much, but I wanted to express my appreciation to the board for an incredible year. It was a pleasure to serve as board president. I hope to do it again soon, but I know we're in very capable hands with both President Weed and Vice President Sethi. And so I just wanted to say thank you to the board and to staff for all the support of the past year, and wishing our new president and vice president the best. And hopefully we get to actually meet in person one of these days so we can do the gavel exchange. But anyways, with that, I think that concludes item 7.1, unless there's any other comments from directors. Hearing none, at 10:43 p.m., we can adjourn tonight's meeting. And I didn't take us to midnight.
Good job tonight. Not midnight.
Good job.
No.